All right, stream should be live. Let's get the chat working. Hopefully the stream is live. Yeah, it's live on Twitch. Hopefully my internet doesn't die today like it did the other day. Let's see. Let's make sure the chat works. It's always the awkward couple seconds in the beginning. It's always the YouTube chat that doesn't work. Here, let me figure this out. Bear with me. There we go. I think it's working now. All right, yeah, sweet. Close that. Close this. All right, yeah. The stream is now actually officially live. A lot of stuff I want to work on today. So I'm working on my little FPS shooter project again in my engine. Hopefully the internet doesn't die today as well. I actually got a new router between last stream and this one because I suspect it was my router that was causing my bandwidth to throttle. So hopefully the stream quality is a bit better and more stable today, but we'll see. Because it seems fine, and then like an hour in, it just kind of dies. So who knows what's gonna happen today. But yeah, so I did a bit of work off stream actually. So I had this little mini map in the top right corner, which is super basic. It's just like a top-down orthographic projection of the map, and it rotates with the camera, so it's like always looking, I guess, forward as you move around. Hey, how's it going? Wow, everyone just came in at like the same time. I'm using Visual Studio Code as my IDE. Is that Counter-Strike 3? It might as well be. No, it's not Counter-Strike 3. I am using some Counter-Strike assets, I think, though. Well, I built... This is my third day working on this game. The engine is like 2 years in the making, so... There's a difference between the game and the engine. But yeah, so I'm going to keep working on this today. I want to do a lot of stuff with the weapons, is the goal. So I have some basic aim down sight. I haven't uploaded the theme yet. The problem with VS Code is it's hard to like export a theme because it's all in the settings JSON file. So there's like random stuff. Like here is like the background color. It's all just like intermixed in here, and I haven't gone through and like here's some stuff too. I haven't gone through and actually pulled it all out, so yeah. But anyway, I have some basic like aim down sight stuff, and you see this like line here? This is the reticle for like where the bullet's gonna shoot. So I was thinking with this game, I want the bullets to actually come out of the barrel of the gun, because in a lot of first-person shooter games, it actually comes out like of the center of the screen. But I thought it'd be interesting if it came out of the barrel. And yeah, I have thought about leaning as well. So some of that stuff I want to work on today, actually. So like one thing I want to do today, I just want like the guns to feel good, I guess. Because it's just kind of fun to program that stuff. But like one thing I want to do is like when you get close to a wall, I want the gun to like actually like, you know, turn in. And I can kind of simulate what that's going to look like, because I have control over this. But it's not... where's my project? In the weapon. I have some like rotation thing here. Let's see. I forget if it's negative or positive. Yeah, but like I can like rotate the gun inwards. So I want the gun to like pull in as you get close to a wall, which would be kind of cool. And then I could simulate leaning by doing a similar thing. Like I control the, I guess the roll of it. And then it's like, this is kind of extreme actually. But you can imagine you're leaning over. So I don't use AI. No, not really. Well, I use it for some things. I use it for like looking up random things, I guess. I don't rely on the code gen though. Mostly because I find when I do AI code gen, I'm like, I have to rewrite a lot of it anyway because it's not very good. So, yeah. Anyway. So, there's actually a lot of stuff I need to do today with this. So, how old are you? How long have you been programming? I'm 27. I've been programming since I was 9. Well, 9 or 10. It depends, you know, it's like hard when you're a kid because I'm not like grinding out code. But I've been exposed to code since I was like 9. So it's been, I don't know, 18 years, I guess. 17 years. Anyway. So I need to get some collision stuff in. I keep running and closing the game. Let me get the multi-launcher. Because this is actually a multiplayer game as well. So like one of these can be the server. And then I can connect with the client. And you can kind of see him moving around on the left side. But one thing I did last stream was add some basic hit detection for like collisions. So I can arbitrarily, you know, raycast against models. So you see this little dot that appears. That's just like the point on the model where the ray is hitting. And this works if I rotate the guy as well. Kind of hard to see, I guess. Maybe make this smaller. Pretty basic stuff. But I need to do collisions for the actual level as well, because I don't have that in yet. So I'm going to do that right now. And I need to remember how I'm drawing these things. So draw. Because basically the hit detection, I need like a giant vertex, like mesh, that defines what the collision, you know, mesh is. And this level format I have is actually like this kind of custom thing. So I guess when I load these levels, I need to just load it into a buffer. But I actually might have this already. Do I fill this in? I might have this already. Oh, nice. I did do this. So let me test that. Let's see. Yeah, because all of this stuff will rely on, obviously, collisions in order to, like, determine, you know, if I should move the gun, you know, where the bullet hits. Because I want to do some particle stuff today as well for, like, the bullet collisions. It's just some temporary code just to test the hit detection. So I guess let's steal this. Where do I use this? Oh, I use this down here. This is all pretty rough code. What is matrix world? I think that's just... I don't need that. In-game UI, yeah. I do have my own UI system that I've been working on slowly. So like in this other game, Vitality, I have some UI widgets and stuff. So like obviously buttons and like I have a scroll bar. These widgets don't look very good. Wow, I'm actually lagging insanely on this. What is going on? Here, let me try D3D. Yeah, so I have like widgets and stuff. And like text boxes, so I can like actually have like rich text editor, which is kind of cool. It's kind of broken on full screen. I have some weird rendering bug here. I mean, UI stuff isn't that complicated, really. Like buttons and widgets are kind of not too complicated. Like the longest part about doing UI is actually making it look nice. And like a library isn't going to help you do that, because a library just like gives you, you know, functionality to create a button, but it doesn't like give you the functionality to make the button actually look nice in the game. And that I think is like the hardest part. Okay, let me just copy some stuff over here. Level hit. This is just some, again, rough stuff. I just want to make sure the level hit detection works. So level dot vertices and then I guess this doesn't need to be an if. VS Code settings. I mean, the main one I have in VS Code is just like some visual stuff. Like I've made my background darker just because I kind of like how it looks. And like I made the highlight, you know, smooth. There's just like random settings in the UI. Like if you go like to the settings.ui or whatever and just like play around with these, you know, there's a lot of stuff in here that you can just mess around with. And that's like the only thing I've done to VS Code to make it look like mine does. I have this custom plugin for my engine at the bottom. So it's like this is the buttons you see, but that's like an extension I wrote that works basically only with my engine. So it's not really something I can give you unless you're working in my engine specifically. And all the source is there's a link in the description to the GitHub, so you can like look at all of it if you want. But yeah, an advice to getting improving programming. I don't have any good advice, honestly. The way you improve is you just have to program a lot and work on interesting problems, and then kind of as you do more stuff, you just get more experience. I know that's not not the best help, but all right, let's draw a second dot at here. This will look, you'll see where I'm going with this in a little bit. Oops, wrong one. Yeah. But yeah, UI stuff is it's time consuming. It's really how it is. I have a compile error. What happened? Double to float 3. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like how I'm like intermixing doubles and floats. Does this not have a... I thought I had a cast for this. Oh, whatever. I guess I don't have a cast for this, which is fine. All right, yeah, here we go. So I already had a collision buffer for the world, which is nice. I forgot I did that, actually. I thought I was gonna have to do that on stream today, but that saves me some time. See, now in theory with this, I can rotate the gun. So if I, like I said, I have to copy this code here. And this is all kind of gross code, by the way. I know I keep saying that, but my priority at the moment is just rendering stuff on the screen. And then when I have a good idea of what I want, then I'm going to actually clean this up. So that's my general philosophy for how I do things here. In this game, I don't know, I just have random, like, low polygon assets that I've accumulated over the years. And I'm just making, like, a little first-person shooter. Mostly because I want to work on the networking code in my engine. And doing it like a first-person shooter is a good way of kind of doing that, because with, like, low latency kind of combat games, you need, I don't know, good net code. And then also I want to improve the 3D stuff. So it's kind of like a two birds with one stone. Yeah, it's peer-to-peer. Well, yeah, I'm thinking peer-to-peer. Right now I have it so one player is like the host. And it's like you actually have to port forward, so I guess not peer-to-peer yet. But yeah, I do want to do peer-to-peer. And that's one of the things I will be working on. Probably not today, but at some point in the future. So like level, hit, Ray. Do I include level in here? I do not. Okay, so in theory, I can have like a little interpolation function that kicks in. So maybe let's just make this not const for now. Or maybe we will. We'll keep this const. We'll have like, I don't know what to call this variable. I'll call it like wall yaw. And it's an interpolation between 0 and, I don't know, 60. I don't actually make the models. I just like found these online over time. I am a horrible, I'm a horrible 3D artist. So yeah, I will stick to the programming. I can do the graphics programming like shaders and stuff. But yeah, other than that, not too great. So I guess I want to clamp this. So I don't know. Between 0 and what's the maximum distance? 10 units? We'll start with 10. We'll see how far that gets us. So I guess as this number gets smaller, which means as it approaches 0, we'll want this to get closer to 60, so we can invert that. And then if we add this, in theory this should just work, I think. All right, you kind of see what's happening here. The distances aren't perfect. And the direction is wrong. So let me turn this. So as you get closer, it like rotates your gun. I don't have hit detection on the level, like player collisions yet. approaches. Yeah. My math background actually isn't very strong. Let's make this a little more extreme, like 70 maybe. Yeah, there we go. Now it's like really really extreme. If I want to be fancy, I can maybe have like a curving function that makes it, I don't know, less linear. Because right now I'm just doing like a linear interpolate. Yeah, I guess it's all relative. I don't. That's what I'm going to work on today. I'm going to do projectiles and sound and particles today is basically what I want to do. So the gun can't even shoot yet. I'm just like working on the basic kind of, I don't know, system. But I want to do shooting, particles, sound, and maybe the little bullet trails as you shoot. That'd be kind of cool. We'll see how far I get today, though. Sound should be fun, because I have some ideas. I want to do some, like... No, that's fine. All good. Well, so my gun doesn't actually clip the wall, because I have it rendering in a separate render pass. So, like, if I turn this off again... Oops. This should just be 0. Like, if I turn this off, you can see, like, as I get close to the wall, I always see the gun. So it's kind of like an illusion, actually. Because right now, if I, like, render dock this and, like, get close to the wall, take a capture, you can see I render... the world in 2 passes. So like the first pass here is like the world getting rendered. So if I like look at the mesh, interesting, I can't see the mesh. Should be in there somewhere, but I guess it's not. And then I have a second pass that just renders the weapon on its own like render target. I think probably I'll want these to be on the same render target because it's kind of wasteful to render the world and weapon on 2 different like screen size textures, basically. But that's gonna happen. That's a to-do for the future. It's kind of low priority right now. Okay, so we have the little wall thing. The other thing I need to do is I need to do a raycast, I guess, from the weapon. So like when I shoot the gun, like I said, I want the bullets to come out of the barrel, rather than the center of the screen. So I need to raycast from the barrel rather than yeah, I guess from just the camera view. So I kind of have this in this yellow line, but I want to get this into the gun module. And then I need a way of like visualizing the bullets actually being fired. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna clean some of this up though. Going from vertex, geometry, fragment, pixel. I actually don't use geometry shaders pretty much ever, so I'm just used to like the vertex to the the fragment. But I guess yeah, the answer is to that question is yes. That's how the pipeline works. I don't remember if it's geometry and then vertex or vertex and then geometry. I forget what the order is of those. What is the graphics pipeline? graph. You look up like the raster. Yeah, it is geometry after vertex. I guess that makes sense because you like can prune geometry before it gets clipped. Interesting. Okay, so we need some concept of like, I don't know. See, because where I'm doing the math for this, Raycast is here. In this function. So let me also just do some testing stuff. Let's see. Where do I want to do this? I'm just gonna create like a new utility function. I have math already. Weapon get, I'll get like weapon get barrel ray or something. So this will just this will return me do you feel like any component system is worth the effort, or should I stick to regular OOP functional? I think it highly depends on the game you're making, or like the problem you're trying to solve with it. So like in my engine, I don't use entity component system because personally I found it more complicated than it's actually like is beneficial. Like it's more complicated than it is beneficial, in my opinion. And that's not to say like the idea of entity component system is bad, because the goal of the entity component system is to basically optimize, you know, the layout of your data, so it's like best aligned with how the CPU actually works, right? So like an entity component system is very cache friendly because you construct entities out of these component things, and you can iterate over entities, you know, based on components rather than some like type, right? Some structure. And that's good. And of course, it also makes it so it's easy to just have like entities having arbitrary properties on them, right? Because you kind of just, an entity is defined by the set of, you know, components that composes, you know, makes up the entity. Can't think of the word I'm looking for. I guess composes is the word I'm looking for. But I don't know. I think in my engine, I just didn't worry about that because, like, I'm not making games where I'm having millions of entities that are all doing things with different components. And like the systems where I would kind of want that behavior, I just like write those systems directly. Like one thing that type of system is good for is like particle systems, because you have a lot of particles, and particles kind of have like arbitrary state on them. So and you want the particles to be fast, obviously, because if you have particles that have state and you have like hundreds of thousands of them or something, it's nice to have like the cache locality of that. But like in those situations, I just like write specific code for particles, because I find like in times when I need to like truly optimize something, it's better to just have full control of what I'm optimizing rather than having some weird system that kind of plugs into a bunch of other stuff. So my entity system is kind of basic, I guess, in that sense. But I don't know. It's really up to you, I guess, what you want to do. That's my my opinion. Like, I don't know, like it's probably still worth it to do, right? Like, I don't know, any component systems aren't bad. It's just they're harder to implement, I guess. So if you're like trying to like make something now, maybe it's not something you should spend too much time worrying about. Why am I getting an error on this? Oh, weapons. Okay, so I need to basically grab this. I don't know why I have this on a new line. It's kind of weird. So this is the ray that represents the barrel in, I guess, view space. So you can see the positions here are like, or I guess this is in weapon weapon space. And then we need to get this to, I guess, world space. So this is matrix weapon. This is some crazy music in the background. All right, let me look at what's happening here. Am I doing matrix stuff here? I'm actually not sure how this is working. Where am I doing the projection? Am I not doing the projection? Maybe this is just fine. Let me see. Okay, I can explain the the problem right here. Let me return something from this first. Oops. Return that. So I have this yellow line, which is already like doing the math I'm trying to do. But the thing is, the yellow line is drawing just in a coordinate space that doesn't actually have the translation of my character, like in the game world. So, because I render the gun on a separate like render pass, I don't actually care about the player's transform, like the camera's, you know, transform and rotation for the gun, because the gun just assumes you're looking straight forward, which is true because the render pass is just like looking straight ahead. And then I composite that render pass on top of like the world pass, which is drawing all the buildings and stuff. So the math is simple for this ray. But for collisions, I actually need the ray in world space, which complicates it slightly. So I just need to figure out how the math works. I think this might just need to be the camera, but I need to count for the weapon too in here as well. So I think I need to multiply these rays again. To get the ray in world space relative to the camera. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's cool. Cool that you're getting help from these. Yeah, the Mac stuff is interesting with Coco. Especially if you're doing C++, but trying to bridge with like Mac OS's Objective-C stuff. It took me a while to figure out how that all, how to do that. Because there aren't many good resources out there which just like demonstrate how to set up a Coco window with a project that's otherwise like cross-platform. So yeah, I'm glad the engine's helpful to people. That's why I have the GitHub up there, because I was so frustrated when I was trying to learn some of this stuff, because it's just hard to find examples of, you know, working kind of simple code. Okay, so I need to take this, the output of this, and then translate it to camera space. So I need to apply the camera rotation after this. So let me get the matrix for this. I believe I need this one. This will get me relative. This is actually really. This is kind of complicated. Let me think about this for a second. There's like 2 ways I could do this, basically. I can either like directly translate this array into the right coordinate space, or I can reconstruct array from the one I already have down here. And to be honest, this one might actually be easier to reason about. But I'm going to try this first. Yeah, that makes sense. Metal CPP probably makes it easier too, because then you don't have that weird objective C++ layer in there, which kind of complicates your like compiler flags and linker flags. Because then you need to like compile objective C++ code as well. Okay, let me let me think about this for a second. What does my camera view look like? It's just a raw matrix. Okay, nice. Yeah, let me just see what happens if I multiply these. Yes, all I should have to do is just multiply this by the camera, right? Do I have experience with other game engines? I for a long time I actually used Game Maker, which is kind of funny because it's really not that deep of an engine. But I used Game Maker for like 10 years when I was like early on in my game development journey. And then I worked at a AAA company for a while, and they had their own in-house engine. So I was like an engine programmer for that for a few years. So I was exposed to a lot of just the low-level engine stuff. And that's what inspired me to start this project. It's kind of a hobby thing, because I thought it was pretty fun. No, I haven't implemented SIMD yet. And I don't know if I'm going to be honest. I think what I'll probably do is like, because part of this, the whole point of this project originally was just like educational. I was just having fun kind of learning stuff. So like I implemented all my own math library things. But I think if I'm ever actually going to, ship a game with this, I will write a backend for my math library that probably just passes through to like an actual like tested and optimized math library, like GLM or something. So I know the title says no libraries, and I'm not using any for that currently. But when it comes to like releasing stuff that actually is important that it works correctly, I'll probably have a layer that actually uses a proper library. And then I've set up all my code, so it should be easy to do that. Okay. Let's see what this gives me. I need a way of easily debugging this. How do I debug this easily? just need to draw draw stuff. Let's see. Draw a dot at, I guess, the origin of this thing. See, I'm not actually that amazing at this math. As you can tell, I'm kind of like bumping my way through it. I know generally what I need to do. Is just like, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around the precise requirements. Okay, the fact that I don't see a dot is concerning. I should be seeing a dot in front of me. Let's turn these off. If this works, I should see a dot, basically. Let me print these values. Do a little brute force till I get this to work. I mean, actually, those values don't look wrong. They're pretty wrong. It's hard to see what the actual value should be, though. So let me also print the camera position. Okay, let's see. What is wrong? Maybe these are backwards. Sometimes that matters. No. Okay, let me think about this. So let's, I know this works, so we'll do that, and then we'll just multiply these. Let me look this up. I think I just need a new matrix. Is really the crux of this. Because the problem is that this view matrix transforms it to be like view relative, which also encodes like the translation and the rotation. Um, but that's actually, I don't want it. I need this ray in world space still, because I'm going to be like shooting it as like a raycast for actual like world space stuff. So we need maybe another matrix translation, rotation maybe. Just kind of complicated because now I need to calculate this. Do I have a utility function for this? Actually, it should be camera rotation, maybe. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. Sorry, I'm I'm deep in this matrix stuff at the moment. I'm kind of getting confused. So let me think. What axis is pitch? I forget what the order is. You pitch first and then rotate, or is it rotate then pitch? I guess we'll just trial and error it till we get the right one. I think Z is yaw. So camera. Do I calculate yaw in here? I do. I suppose I would pitch first, then yaw. You look up and down and then you rotate that around. So we pitch in my engine over the y-axis, I guess. Pitch. And then we yaw. Hopefully soon. That'd be fun. My goal is to put this game up on the public repo for the engine. That's like the demo project. So that'd be kind of fun if it was like just working right out of the box. We have a bit of time before we get to that point though. Okay, so rotation by pitch. We pitch first and then we I think this is the correct rotation matrix. And then we basically just have to transform these against that. So interesting. Need to make this code a bit less verbose. because this is intense. Like I should probably just do this all as a 4 component and then translate it to a 3 component afterwards. Would probably make the most sense. And then the origin is what gets offset by the camera position. And this might work. I guess we'll see what happens. How are we looking? I'm not really sure what's happening. You can see our dot though. That's a good sign. Something's happening. I'm not using ECS. No, I'm not. I have an entity system, but it doesn't use ECS. That's my own little implementation. What's wrong here is the, is the real question. Let's see. Because it's like, it's almost there. It's close. It almost looks like it's using, like these should be degrees to radians maybe. Because it like wants to be right. Oh, there it is. There's something. Alright, that's actually not bad. It's just I'm off. I'm inverted in my axis. That's not perfect either. Let me invert this. Where are we? My pitch is inverted. Uh-oh. How come I didn't see it earlier? My pitch is still inverted though. Did it just not recompile? Or is it not pitching at all? It's hard to tell. It's also not like perfect. It's like off from where I expect it to be. Interesting. I'm confused why the negative sign didn't flip this. What's happening? Oh, whoa. Yeah, it's using OpenGL and DirectX as well. Okay, I think my transform is just wrong. It's getting close though. Let me think about this for a second. Is my order wrong? Do I have to yaw and then pitch maybe? No, that's not it. This is confusing. It's just been a project that I've taken on over time. It didn't all happen overnight, so like I just kind of learned it as I went, really. And I had some exposure to this kind of stuff at my previous job, so I learned kind of a lot of the fundamental things there as well. But it's yeah, it's just been a lot of accumulated knowledge and trial and error. Yeah, sorry the stream might not be so so interesting at the moment. I'm working on, in case anyone just joined, I'll explain what I'm doing at the moment. So what I'm trying to do is, I'm doing bullet collisions currently is the goal here. And in this game, I want the bullets to come out of the barrel of the gun. So I have this little debug circle being drawn right here, which is like assuming the ray came out of the gun's barrel. This is like a point along that line. Now I have this yellow line that does work correctly, but this is actually a simpler case because I'm rendering it. I can get away with rendering this one without doing any like world space translation or camera rotation, because the gun is actually kind of using kind of an illusion to render on top of the screen. So the math is a lot simpler. But to actually get the ray that I use for collisions, I need to basically transform it into the world. And the math to actually do that is kind of confusing. And I'm clearly not doing it correctly because it's not... There's some error in here because it's not where it should be. It should be like directly where my mouse is. But you can see it's not there. And by no library, it just means I'm not using any libraries to help with the game engine other than the system supplied ones. So like of course I use libraries to create like the window. So I use like the Windows official libraries to create a window. And like on Linux, I use Linux's like X11 window. But all of the code is just written, I guess, from scratch using the system libraries, system headers. I will say I do use two libraries for convenience for loading image files and text font files, just because parsing image and font files is kind of a pain in the ass. So I use it for that. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Okay, let me figure out what's going on with this math. I'm kind of confused. Is it my rotation matrix that's wrong, or is it my how I'm applying it here? Maybe I'm just doing something dumb. So I translate this here. Let me just simplify this out, just for clarity's sake. So we have a vector 4 for the origin, which starts at this position. And we have a vector 4 for the, I guess, vector, the direction of this thing. And that is here. And then, so gun transformation. So we will origin equals double v4 multiply origin. And then we pass in the gun matrix. We do the same for the vector. Then we do camera rotation transformation. We'll do gun rotation. So we multiply these things again. This time we use the camera's rotation matrix. And then we do camera translation, which is just applying that. And then we will return the vect4. Or the ray from this. We can delete a lot of this. I've been working on this. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. I'm working on the engine for about 2 years. On and off, because I work a full-time job, so I only have so much free time to actually work on this. Alright, so yeah, it behaves exactly the same as before. Just simplified the math a bit. What's interesting as I rotate the yaw is it goes from like being on the left side, like here it's on the left, right? But then if I go here, it sets on the right side. So I have the, I think my rotation matrix is busted. No, I didn't make the models myself. I found the models it's just over time, and I'm just using them. All right, so I asked AI on this one because I'm getting confused. I'm not building my rotation matrix correctly, and I don't trust the code it's going to give me, but we're going to give it a shot. So I should be using, let's just see what it gave me. I don't think it's going to be correct, but we'll give this a chance. So this would be like vector 3 normalize. So we normalize the forward vector, the up vector, it's probably going to be column major and it's not going to like this. What do I call these? Data. And these are 1D arrays, so 0, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I guess. Whoa. What's happening? What's going on? Whoa. What happened? Why is it like inside my camera now? A website or something to study CPP game development. I think the Cherno has a good tutorial for his game engine, which is C++. It's called Hazel. Did you hear about the dinosaur that got arrested? I don't even know what this is. A small arms charge. It's kind of funny because the T-Rex has small arms. Okay, this isn't working. Why isn't this working though? See. Oh, should this be 4, 5, 6? No. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's because I'm writing the matrix directly. I don't try. This is AI giving me code for this. Because apparently you can construct the rotation matrix directly from the forward vector, which is believable. But it's the code it gave me doesn't work, which, you know, it never does, which is why you don't use AI for stuff. Because look, this shouldn't be inside the camera. There should be some translation component to this. I don't even know what's happening, actually. This is so weird. Is it just like really close to the camera? Build identity. Okay. Here, I'll give it my... all I want is a reliable way to transform a vector by the camera's rotation. Let's see. Scene. Where do I draw this? Let's do like 128. No, it didn't do anything. Let's see. I feel like I do this somewhere already in a library. Let me look quickly. Get out of this project. Yeah. I don't have any experience with Raylib, so I can't say too much there. Do I have like a screen to world perspective? So like, what is this doing? Yeah, so this takes a screen point and translates it to the world. So that's actually not what I need, man. I should have done this off stream. This is not very interesting. Yeah, the thing is with C++ is it's kind of as crazy as you want to make it. So like, if there's a lot of C++ code out there that just looks like C++ is kind of a meme for how verbose it is sometimes, especially when you start doing things with templates. My code base doesn't use too much of that, so it actually, I think it doesn't look too crazy. But it's the cool thing about C++ is a very extensible language, I guess you could say. I'm about to give up on this and just work on the particles. I don't know what happened. How did the dot end up taking up the entire screen? Exactly. Oh, now my dot's tiny. Look at it way off in the distance. Let's bring this dot a little closer. Bring it to like 8. All right. This is really frustrating. I'm so close. I don't know what's wrong. I can't figure it out. It's just some weird math thing. I'm doing something out of order or something. This shouldn't be hard, really. This should be not very difficult. It's literally just rotating pitch and yaw. Here, let me extract view rotation matrix from. Here, let me just look up. I think so, yeah. That's kind of the plan. But I need to... Clearly, I need to work out some of this matrix stuff. Okay, for simplicity, I think I'm just going to shoot it from the center of the screen. And then I'll come back to this later. That was my strategy, but it didn't work. And I'm getting frustrated. This should be easy. I just need like a helper function for this. All right. I didn't think this was gonna take so long, so I'm kind of like a bit confused going right here. I know this is possible because I've done it all the time in the past. I just like don't have the code available. So what is C0? Okay. Oh yeah, I can show that project off actually. I guess while while I'm not doing too much interesting stuff. So this is the other game I'm working on at the same time. So it's like my Terraria clone game. And it's still early days as well. But it has like some cool cloud rendering stuff going on. So the clouds are actually like procedurally generated and they evolve over time, which is kind of neat. And I have this fluid simulation in here as well. So this is a game I'm working on. This game takes forever to make though, because like it turns out that open world procedurally generated block games are actually very complicated games, despite looking pretty simple. Because, so this is single player. This also works in multiplayer too. And I've just been getting this to work. Oops. I need to turn... what am I looking for? I need to turn these on, otherwise the multiplayer breaks. 1 second. Alright, so I can host a world, and I can join. So it's a multiplayer too. And getting the fluid simulation to sync over multiplayer was a pain in the ass, to say the least. But I got it working recently, which is really exciting. That was like really difficult to do. So yeah. So yeah, I guess this is actually like a proper game. I'm putting effort into this one. So the engine is capable of making real stuff. Obviously, I'm making this little first-person shooter thing for fun at the moment. But yeah, this is like one of the games I want to work on. I will replace AI. The water simulation. Okay, so yeah, that was several months of work actually, is to get the water integrated, because it's very complicated actually. There's so much going on with the water simulation, and I can maybe here I'll get the game up while I give my little spiel about this. Let me find some water. Oh, I also have oil and lava as well, and I can like make it nighttime. So there's lighting too. The actual graphics for the oil and the lava are pretty temporary. It's just like drawing a solid orange color right now. Let me make it like back morning. But anyway, so yeah, I actually do have a lot of ideas for how to make this game actually pretty interesting and unique. So I call it a Terraria clone just because it's kind of funny to say that. And that's, I mean, at first glance, that's what it looks like. But anyway, yeah, the water. So water is very, very complicated because, well, I don't know. There's multiple ways you can do water simulations. And there's two, I guess there's three main ways that people do it. So I guess the first way, if you've played Terraria, you're kind of familiar with this, is the water is basically simulated like little blocks that have kind of a cellular automata, I guess, way of simulating. So like, or think of Minecraft water. You know how the water kind of like always follows the same set of rules, how it flows. So that's like the first way, and that's kind of the easy way of doing it. And then the other main way is you actually simulate the water. So that's what I'm doing in this project, is I actually simulate the water as like a volume that can flow and stuff and has pressure and velocity and all of that. And there's two ways you can do water simulations. So the main way that people do is they use particles. So you can imagine that the water is made up of thousands of little particles that just bump into each other. So that's a very common way of doing it. And then the other way is to use a grid-based simulation where the water isn't actually particles. It's here, let me turn the sound off. It's kind of kind of loud. So the other way is to use a grid-based simulation, which approximates particles, but it simulates it through cells in a grid. So that's what I do in this project. Is my water is actually a grid-based simulation. But it looks like particles. And it's an implementation of a technique called reintegration tracking is what it's called. So it's kind of a two-phase grid simulation. It's complicated. But I chose that simulation method because it works really well with like the voxel world. Because I can break up the water simulation into chunks. So if I like turn the chunk debug on. So like my world is broken up into these chunks, right? I think it's 32 by 32 blocks. And each chunk has a little simulation of water volume. Like it has a water volume simulation assigned to it. So the water can simulate within the chunk. And then the convenient thing about that is as I move around the world is constantly like loading and unloading chunks as I fly around. So by breaking the simulation up into chunks, it's really convenient for like loading and unworlding distant parts of like the water simulation. So if I turn on one of the debug views for this, maybe this one is a good one. No, this one's a bad one. Let's see. Let's find a good one that actually, you can actually see stuff. Here's one. So on the left side here, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on. But basically, you see these little blocks as part of this buffer. So each of these is a world chunk. And like the color here is like water data. And like in this one, you can see there's like blue here and then red. So that's, I think the blue is representing the lava state and the red is representing the water state. But as I move around, you can see that these things like get shuffled in and out as chunks, you know, as chunks get assigned to the world. And as like I move around, you can see like which chunks are simulating the water over here. So yeah, that's how I do the water simulation. Is it's all like chunk wise, based on grids. And this makes the multiplayer easier to implement as well, because one of the big problems with multiplayer is that I can only simulate so much water at a time. So here I have, I think, 8 by 8 chunks of water. So 64 chunks of water can be simulated like at any one time. But in multiplayer, players can kind of be wherever they want to be throughout the world. So you can kind of imagine the water simulation as like these regions in the world that are surrounding the player by some chunk radius. And you get this problem where you can have two players that are like only partially overlapping in their, you know, locally simulated water zones. Sorry, this gets really complicated. But basically, there's problems where you could have like water flowing in, like out of a region that one player is simulating and into a region that another player is simulating. And you get these like discontinuities in like how the water flows, because one client sees, you know, the end of its region of simulation and the other one sees the water keep moving because it's like, I don't know, further off to the side of the screen or something. So there's just a lot of tricky things to resolve with keeping the water volume, you know, the same across all connections in a server. And it's been like months getting that all all to work kind of seamlessly with the actual game. But thankfully all of that stuff is done now, so I can actually move on to gameplay code. But I kind of grinded this out for a few months over like October, November, December. So I'm taking a bit of a brain break by working on this other game, because I just don't want to like burn myself out before I, you know, get to other interesting things. So yeah, that's my that's my tangent on the water simulation. I also have a wind simulation in this game as well, which is harder to see. I think I have it disabled at the moment though. I forget if it's... Oh, here's how I do the sound as well. So the water has sound simulation too, because you want to be able to hear the water splashing. Yeah, I have. Tokyo Spliff is great. Where's my wind debug mode? Oh, I have it disabled. Dang. I have a wind simulation too in this game for like particles and stuff. Alright, I'm gonna turn this off. Okay, but back to the little first-person shooter game. Oops. Oh, do you actually? Nice. Nice. Yeah, Tokyo Spliff is funny. It's because, like, you know, I don't want to be stereotyped, but he doesn't look like the kind of guy who'd be programming his own, like, game engine from scratch, which is why it's, like, super entertaining to watch him do it. His streams are kind of crazy. I don't match his energy with that in my streams. But, yeah, it's funny. Okay, so extract camera rotation from a view. So, this is annoying because my matrices can be either column or row major. Yeah, okay, that question you asked. What happens if a player drops water high up and it falls into a chunk? Yeah, that's what I was doing before. Yeah, I've heard of Terry Davis. Yeah, so the thing if you drop water from high up and it hits the boundary of the simulation, but the other player is like down there, so you know the water would continue flowing. Yeah, that's exactly the problem I was trying to like explain. And yeah, that one's tough because, yeah, I do solve that problem, but it's tricky to explain. So basically, I have this concept of these like simulation areas, and every client has when you're connected to a server, every client simulates the same chunks basically. And I have enough chunks of simulation so that all clients can be in different parts of the world and see water. So like there are enough simulation chunks active at any time where I can simulate like independent regions for everybody. But then that means if you get close to other players, like you're simulating their water too. And then that's for the local simulation. So all the clients simulate the water locally. But then the server is also simulating the water for everybody. And then I have a heuristic basically that I can send it. I guess the clients send their like little heuristic of their like fluid state on a per chunk basis to the server. And then from that heuristic, the server can determine whether the chunk has like diverged in its water simulation state. So basically I have a way of comparing the chunks, the client's local simulation to the server's actual simulation. And then if it diverges past some threshold, the server will force the client back to like the server state. Because there will be some divergence just based on, you know, it's not fully deterministic. Every variable that goes into the fluid simulation. Wow, 10-hour stream or 12-hour streams, that's crazy. I've done some 8-hour ones before, but 12 is next level. All right. So yeah, the water is very complicated. And I understand why other Terraria clones haven't done it. Okay, yeah, what you said about reconstructing it from the rotation and translation. That's what I was doing. Where to go? Here, let me copy this. Let me undo this undo stack here. That's what I was doing here, because that was like my first attempt. But it's clearly not working because I'm messing up the math here. Because the dot is not in the correct spot. Okay. So I need this little function. I forget I always forget whether I have a column major or a row major matrix implementation. I really should make a note of that. Because this should be like, here, let me, I'll be fully transparent. I'm asking AI for help on this. But it's not doing very good. It's not doing a very good job. Because it never does. People like overhype AI, but it's actually really bad. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Seen you in the chat many times. Okay, so this, in theory, is what I need. I don't believe this is going to work because, again, it never does. But let's give this a shot and see what happens. Yeah, nothing. Yeah. All right, where's my dot? It's way off in the distance. That's crazy. Okay, so I think this is not working. What does it mean by view? Let's try this one. No, that's not what I want. It's all right to glaze. Actually, this looks potentially better. It's not correct though, because where's my dot? So where are we? Actually, this one looks reasonable. Where's my dot though? I don't see the dot. Is it hidden underneath the gun? Yeah, let me explain just in a second. So, yeah, sorry, people have joined. Infinity Ward 2. I'm making this little first-person shooter game, and I'm working on. Well, I want to work on the bullet, the fight, the shooting, the bullet collisions, bullet collision particles and stuff. And I want the bullets to come out of the barrel of the gun in this game, so like they actually kind of shoot out of the barrel rather than the center of the screen like a lot of games. And I need a ray, which is an origin and a vector, like a direction vector, that represents a world space, like position and direction, that corresponds to the barrel of the gun. So I need to calculate that from... So I have the gun that kind of wiggles around here. It's kind of hard to see, but it kind of wiggles around, and the barrel moves around. And I have like a transformation matrix that I use to basically do the rotation and stuff to make the arm move around, right? So I basically need a transformation matrix that can take the point that represents the barrel of the gun in like the model's coordinate space and get it in world space relative to like my current view rotation and my position within the level. And I'm currently failing on doing that. Even though this shouldn't be that hard, I'm just not very strong with my matrix math, apparently. What's interesting is that this actually is kind of close to what I want. So I have some stuff printing into the console over here. So like, yeah, well, it's object, it's local to the gun, so it's local space, to, I guess you could say, gun relative world space, like gun space. And then that needs to translate that vector into, I guess, world space for the level, so level space. I don't have any dependencies except, obviously, you need an operating system, Windows, Mac, or Linux. You need Ninja build. You need a C++ compiler, one of the three main ones, and a graphics API. So DirectX, OpenGL, or Metal currently is what I support, and that's all you need to build the engine. Like if you're on Linux, you need some of the like the developer headers. So for like the X11 developer headers and stuff, and like the sound. But that's only if you want to compile. You don't need those to run. So the engine doesn't have very many dependencies at all. Yeah, I have an abstraction layer, so I have OpenGL as one of the backends. Okay. I like Clang the most, which is funny because I'm using MSVC right now. But Clang is the fastest at compiling. I have done a software renderer in the past as like an experiment or like kind of a learning thing. So I wrote a software rasterizer. This is like years ago though. I don't have it in the engine. Okay, let's see. This is close actually. I think this is actually really close to what I want. I'm surprised I'm just not seeing the model here. MSVC is what you use at work. Pretty much. Yeah, when I used to work in the games industry, we used MSVC with the a Visual Studio Solution project. It was pretty... it was an unfortunate set of circumstances. Here, let me just not move the camera at all. So it's just purely rotation. So if we're at 0, 0, and we're looking directly along the x-axis, then we're getting rotation in y. Interesting. So this is actually kind of correct, but it's not getting pitch, and my x and y are swapped. So I'm looking at these numbers on the left. So the forward vector in my engine is plus x. So if I'm looking down x right now, which I am, this should be the number that's larger. Y being transposed in this function? This one? That's a great question. You know, who knows? This is some AI slop that I'm currently doing my Hail Mary attempt at. So what would this be doing? So this is like getting the identity matrix for some reason. The hobo Tokyo Spliff. Is that the hobo FPS for C++ programmer? For the most part, I'm currently using ChatGPT right now, actually, because I've spent too much time during the stream right now. I think we're close. We just have to we are transposing, and I think that's the problem. All right, let's give this a shot. AI to the rescue. I just want a simple function that gets me this. All right. Bee hopping. I actually don't know what that is. Oh, wait. Are we working? Is it working? What are we looking at here? It's still off. Who knows what's going on? What CPP version? I use C++20. Okay, I'm gonna abort this for now. This is kind of not relevant to I can continue working without doing this. So I'm just going to I'll be lazy and I'll use the cameras. Where am I? I'll figure this out later off stream. Pretty much. This is stuff that's just not interesting. It's like random math stuff. I have to actually spend some time thinking about it. All right, so the simple way is to just use the camera's center position and pitch and yaw. So I guess the ray would be yeah, here we go. Now I have a dot in the center of my screen. Should have just done that earlier. I'll just delete a bunch of this. Maybe I'll look in this later in the stream. Where am I drawing this test dot? Okay, so I have this big blob drawing in the center of the screen, which represents my view direction. Ideally, the blob would be where my reticle is. That's kind of the goal. But for now, I'm just going to ignore that. And where do I do this? Okay, so hit position level would be... did I just delete? Oops. We'll draw this back. And we'll get... Where's the function for this? Gun ray. Where do I call this? Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh no, libraries. Yeah, I'm not using Raylib. Okay. So let's do some ray gun barrel. Ray gun barrel. I don't know why I'm doing this as a float 3. So we want this. This will be our collision with the wall. And I'm going to move this all into its own function in a second. Or we'll say like Ray gunshot. I do use libc. That's correct. I do link to the C runtime because I use like printf and all of that fun stuff. Though I have it set up such that I can remove that dependency pretty easily with how I've I don't know, long story, but I have it so I can not link to libc pretty easily. Title. I don't remember if it's Twitch or YouTube where I have an asterisk on my I'm not using CMake. That's a lie. I don't have a build system. I have my own build system. I use Ninja build, actually, technically speaking. All right. I don't need that. Clickbait. Yeah. Okay, this should be our gunshot position. Let's do some particle stuff. Let's do something fun. Okay, so you can see I'm colliding with the wall with my gun. Cool. It's my hit position. If I had the matrix rotation stuff, it would be really cool because my barrel would shoot in this direction, you know, and you get like a gunshot over here. But we have a to-do now, so we'll get to that later. Clickbait. All right, let's move this into the gun. No computer, no hands. I'm programming a C++ game engine from scratch in a notepad. No code execution. Okay, let's move this into just a function like void fire weapon. You know, why not? To be fair, I've been working on this for longer than Tokyo Spliff has had a YouTube account, so. But it's good to see other people inspired. That's true. If you aren't running from, are you really even coding? I use classes. What do you mean? I use classes all over the place. My philosophy on classes versus structs, because this is interesting, because in C++, classes and structs are the same thing. There's no difference other than like the default member access. Because structs in C++ are just public members by default. Whereas a class, you know, you have to do like, oh my God. You have to like put public, right? These little things. My idea, my preference is I use structures for things that are just data, you know, plain old data. So like this weapon info thing is a struct because all this is like a little package of data that describes a specific weapon. And I have a list of these up here, you know. Here are all my weapon types. If I go in the source file, you can see at the top, I just fill this in. So like each weapon has some little properties. It's like I just use a struct for that because, you know, it's just data. This maybe project isn't a great example. But I use classes for things that are instantiated or like have a lifetime, I guess. Or things that have like member functions. I like to use classes. So structs are things that just don't do anything. They're just data. And classes are things that might do something. Now, this weapons thing, I'm using a namespace because this is like a system. And my game is going to be simple. It's only going to have one weapon system. So I just use a namespace for this because it keeps the code easy. But the cool thing about namespaces is you can like easily turn them into a class if you really want to. Like it doesn't take much work to convert a namespace to a class. But for this project, I'm keeping it simple on purpose. So this is it's a namespace. And in this namespace, I'm just gonna have a global function that fires a weapon. Right. So when we fire a weapon, what do? We have to raycast. So we need to steal this code from here, put this in here, and then, because I have a bunch of debug code here, we can get rid of this. And that should compile again. Yeah, I've seen Tokyo Spliff. I like his streams. Yeah. I think his game engine is slightly different because his game engine like is his game, which is a totally valid way of doing it. And that's how I did it before this project. But my engine is like more general purpose than his. So like this is just the game I'm working on today, is this little first person shooter thing. But I have other games that I'm working on too. So like this is my other main one. It's my Terraria clone, which I just showed on stream recently, like 30 minutes ago. But this is like my other game. So it's in the same engine. And I'm writing the engine, but I'm also making the games in the engine. And this is a 2D game, obviously. Who needs structure? Yeah, so like, and yeah, his way of doing it is like perfectly fine because, like when I used to work in the games industry as an engine programmer, and they had an in-house engine, and like the engine was the game basically. So it really depends what your goals are. Like if you're just making one game, you probably don't need a general purpose engine. It's DirectX. I have OpenGL support and I have Metal support. So I have multiple graphics APIs. Okay, so when we fire the weapon, we are going to do a hit test. And this returns true whether it hit or not, I believe. So if we hit, we're gonna do some particle stuff. This will be fun. Let's add another module here for particles. Oops. Source file. Let's draw a bunch of particles if we hit. I just haven't gotten to Vulkan yet. I have a very, very, very early Vulkan backend that's work in progress. So like in my engine repository, I have, so these are all my graphics backends on the left. So you can see I have stubbed out DirectX 12 and Vulkan. But my Vulkan implementation is nothing more than just like the bare bones initialize the Vulkan device. So I have a lot of these functions I still need to stub out, which I haven't gotten to yet. Oops. HPP in the same folder isn't that weird. It's kind of normal, actually. I don't know why that's weird. I think having headers in a different folder is a very MSVC, like Visual Studio Microsoft style of writing C++. That's not actually like a rule. There really isn't a point in Vulkan. Whoa. Did I say a hot take? I like to have them right next to each other because I just like I don't know, I like having the proximity on the left side. It's like I see that this is my source, this is my header, right? It just keeps my repository simple. I don't like to include like include, you know, header dash, da 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 da. It's just nice to just include, you know, particle. Now I could obviously set up the include directory to like find, to specifically go to the header directory, you know. But it's just easier for me to just like look at this and see, yeah, this is where the header is and this is where the implementation is. And that's just the style I prefer. Yeah. Like the thing is, I compile my entire project in one executable. So like I'm not doing any, I don't generate like an engine library that then gets linked to the runtime or anything like that. Like my engine just generates everything, or it compiles everything in one go, right? So having the separation between like, you know, the engine headers and the source and da 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 just isn't how I've architected the engine. So it's not relevant. It's not necessary. Okay, let me make a little namespace here. Namespace particles. Here we go. Let's get some work done. We'll have some stuff up here. So we'll include yeah, for hot reloading, it is nice. I find that, well, it's okay. I have thoughts on this because there's two things. You either have hot reloading ability basically with your game and engine code, which makes it quicker to build your stuff, you know, incremental changes. But I've emphasized compile times in my engine. So one of the priorities with just the way I've architected everything is I've made sure the compile times are really fast. So like if I clean, like if I go to this FPS project, let me make sure this compiles it all. Okay. So if I do a clean compile right now, so I've just cleaned, you know, there's no cache, nothing, you know, no incremental build, and I just build and run this. The entire project just compiled in less than a second. And that includes building all of the assets, packing the textures, loading the model files, converting it to a binary format. The entire thing just finished in a second. And how many source files was that? That was 60 source files for the game. That was 41 source files for the build tool. So it just compiled 101 source files and built the assets. So it ran a build tool in between that time in a second. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Using the standard library or not using it is how you can do that kind of stuff. All right, so let me type some code here. So GFX instance, we need an instance buffer because our particles will be instanced. I already have a little particle shader I wrote a little bit ago. GFX, oops, instance buffer. So here we go. Here's some template madness here. Particles. So we just have a little static. You can see here I'm using init and free functions. This would scare the C++ people because I'm not using RAII for my memory allocation. I'm just using init and free. Some people get scared about that. Yeah, you just have to limit templates, and the other big killer is large header files. So I don't use the standard library because I just don't want, mostly because I don't want to include the massive bloated header files from the standard library. Because as soon as you include anything from the standard library, your compile times basically like fall into the garbage. So that was my main motivation. So yeah, I don't use that. Get wrecked boost. I just use malloc for memory allocation. Yeah, one include, exactly. It's like you'll take up a third of my whole entire engine's build time will be taken up by one include of a standard header. And it's not even that I don't like the standard library. Like the standard library is really great for writing fast or writing quick code. Like if you're just like creating a project that you just need to do something fast, it's like obviously you'll use the standard library for that. Because the standard library like does pretty much everything you need it to do, and it's, you know, it's not perfect. It kind of has some weird oddities to it. Some niche take, can't lie. I haven't live streamed the start. No, I've only started a few months ago. Okay, let's initialize some stuff. Sorry, let me here we need a struct that represents a particle as well. So a particle has a float3 position. It has I don't know, maybe that's it. Maybe it has a lifetime. Maybe we'll have a velocity, and then we'll have like a lifetime. And then we'll have some constant like particles. See, I'm using pools as well. So we'll have like, I don't know, 1,000 particles. Yeah, I'm not against the standard library, don't worry. I'm not that passionate about it. I don't discourage people from using the standard. I know I just went on a rant about it, but I'm kind of memeing a little bit. I don't use it in this project, and that part's true, obviously. But it's not like something I recommend people to do if you want to like be sane. It's just kind of like an experiment to see how far I can clip farming confirmed. No, it's just an experiment to see how far I could take this. How far does one wait? Yeah, that's an interesting one. I called that lifetime. Okay, let's get this particle array here. So we'll have another array of particles. I don't know, particles. Okay, cool. And we'll like initialize this thing. The vertex or the instance buffer will just be the amount of particles. We'll have this overwrite. We'll free this. We need to actually put these things in the header file. I usually use fixed size arrays. And yeah, I do use Win32. So I use the Windows headers for like the window and the input and stuff. Okay. No Linux love. No, I actually have Linux love. Don't worry. I can boot up Linux. So here's my Linux. I have a remote desktop to my Linux computer. So this is, I'm running Debian here with I forget which, I think GNOME desktop. So I have the engine working on Linux too, natively. This computer kind of sucks, so the compile times take a while. But just for demonstration purposes. Wow, look at these compile times on my crappy Linux PC. So here I am on Linux. It works. The input isn't the compile times. It's because this computer sucks. Anyway, back to the other one. All right. So we want to draw these things. Why is delta a struct or a class? Yeah, well, that's a good question. So I think this is actually just a type def for a double. Yeah, it's just a double. The reason I did this is because, and this is kind of dumb, I'll probably change this back eventually, but I did a type def for it because I wasn't sure if I wanted delta time to be a float or a double. And I figured it's easier to be able to just change it everywhere if I just type def it in some header file. And that way I can change what delta means in the future. But I think that's over-engineered and I'll probably just change it back. But for now, it's its own type. Or its own alias to a type, I guess. It's just an alias. So it compiles down to the raw type. It's pretty much just a syntactical sugar type thing. So we'll have, when we actually draw these things, we want to draw them as a single trimmed vertex buffer. So we'll have some logic that I guess keeps track. Double precision delta time is crazy. But it's because my engine can run really fast. So like if I go to, like if I create a new project here, and I'd compile this one. So like I get like 7,000 FPS, 9,000 FPS on like a empty project. And this is uncapped. Obviously you'd run with VSync or something and just cap it. But delta time without double precision actually breaks down like at these high frame rates. So it actually is relevant when you have like super high frame rates. So yeah, that's why I did it. But it's certainly not necessary, especially if you have like VSync turned on. You would never run at 8,000 frames a second. Because it's not like your compositor could even it's not like your compositor could actually like composite 8,000 FPS. All right, so we need another like buffer of these things. Let me think. Let's run and throw in some static memory around. Why not? Do you have any tips for motivation for coding? It just is batch drawing. It's pretty straightforward. That's a very basic game though, so there wasn't much happening. Okay, so let me think. How do I want to do this? Yeah, this will be fine. We'll have like... we'll have another one that's like a Boolean tag. Whether the particle is alive, and that's how I'll dish out. Do you have any tips? Sorry, someone asked questions. I keep ignoring questions without meaning to. Someone asked how old I was at one point. There it is. Yeah, it's OpenGL. I have DirectX and Metal as well. Okay, so basically we're making a little pool allocator here for the particles. So we'll have some other state like, so it's like the current insertion point. Proceeds to ignore. Yeah, I'm 27. So, and I've been programming since I was like 9. But I've only really been seriously programming for like the past 10 years, I would say. Maybe 12. And I've been doing C++ for the last like 7 of those 10. So that's like, it's, I look 20. Yeah, it's because I have a baby face. Which is maybe good or bad. I don't know. It sucks when you're young, but I think it's nice when you get older. All right, so we have to have another function that's like create particle. create. We'll give it a position for now. Position. We'll give this more logic as we go, but we just need some stuff here. Actually, I will say allocate, or I don't know. Yeah, allocate. And this will return a particle. Actually, this can be a static function. I'll call that create for now. And we'll have static stuff up here. We'll turn a Boolean if this actually can succeed or not. And then the out variable will be a particle. And then this is the logic that will just like return. So if current is equal to the max particle, then we return false because we are at capacity. Sorry, it keeps getting ignored. I'm sorry. There's a lot of chat going on. Sir, my question too. Can you ask it again? Ask it again. Sorry, I have like 10 chats worth of history on my little screen down here, and I'll answer it. Which build system? I'm using my own build system, but under the hood for the compiler and the linker, I use Ninja. It's a build system called Ninja. But my engine kind of takes care of like generating the Ninja build file on its own. And I have like a two-phase sort of system that does all of that. And I can explain that in a bit, but I want to finish the particle code here before I get too distracted. Okay, so we allocate a particle. So if we are at current, let's think. Out is at particles current. And then we need to loop. So we need to update increment current. So current is less than the max. And if the, let's see. So current is less than the max, and the particles at the current are not alive. Or if they are alive, then current plus plus does nothing. And then particles index dot alive equals true. Oops. Okay, that's our little okay. What question did I miss? Particle count is that the max of all particles. It's just, in this, it's just one particle because I made this just a global namespace. But I could easily turn this into a class and then have it be like per particle emitter. Like this could be a particle emitter and it supports up to, 1,000 particles. And the reason I'm doing this is because I like to pre-allocate my stuff in pools because I can easily reason about, the maximum memory that this system takes up. Like I know I will never exceed 1,000 particles. And if I try to like allocate a particle beyond to that, this will just not do anything, right? And I can make this like a no discard as well, just so like if I try to allocate without checking the return code of this, this will give me a compiler error. I was asking, where should I start with C, C++? Where should you start? It's tough to give advice on that because like I don't know, like I kind of got into C++ organically, having already known other programming languages. So like I don't really know the best resources. Maybe other people in chat have good ideas. Because like at least for me, like I learned game development stuff by initially using a game engine called Game Maker. And this was like 15 years ago. And I used that for a while and I made games in that. And like by working in that engine, I kind of got familiar with, the concepts that are needed in game development. And then I went to college for computer science, and I learned some stuff there. Really not super relevant to game development, I guess. But you still kind of learn the fundamentals of computer science, which is helpful. And then I had some experience on the job. So I worked at a game company with an engine in C++. And then I just build engines for fun on the side. And then like through all of that random stuff, it's just like, I've just gained the experience, I guess. So that's like what my specific story is. Are you trying to make Max Payne like stuff in your game? I'm just having fun. I don't know. I don't have any particular goal. I just have some low polygon assets which are easy to render as I'm like doing stuff. Okay, so we create a particle at a float 3. So now to like actually use this allocate API, there's so many questions. So, sorry if I miss questions. I'm not intentionally ignoring anybody. Have I created a freestanding environment with no libc? I have done some basic experiments without libc, the C runtime. I'm not doing it in this engine. I use the font Iosevka. Do I like ice cream? Yes, I love ice cream. Would you say it's hard to get a game dev job? Unfortunately, yes, it is hard to get a game dev job. So I worked at AAA for only 3 years, so it wasn't like super long tenure. And I work in a different company now doing graphic stuff, just not in games. But I think I got pretty lucky getting hired in at the company I worked for, just due to the timing. There's just a lot of circumstances that that aligned in my situation, which I think was just luck, really. And I think especially nowadays, the industry is kind of hurting more than it was back when I got hired. Less yap. Okay, I'll stop yapping. Let me finish the particle code. I agree with that. I'm doing a lot of yapping. Yeah, no libraries. Okay, position. Let's get some particles on screen. And then I'll get back to chat. I feel bad ignoring people, but maybe I need to be a better live streamer. Okay, so we allocate a particle. So if here we'll have a particle reference, and I guess, or not a reference. What should my API be for this? This actually will be, this is kind of disgusting, but this will be a pointer reference because I want to be able to mutate this thing. So if particle, actually I'm going to change the API here. So this will return a particle pointer because I don't like the pointer reference thing. And then this will simplify this a little bit. So we'll return null pointer if we're at max capacity. We can get rid of the no discard. And then we return basically the address to the particle. This way I can check my failure case is if this thing returns null pointer. So particle equals allocate. Allocate's kind of a bad word, probably. But so like if this is how we check that we're doing things safely. So like if this is null pointer, we'll just early out of this function because we can't create a new particle. But if and then if we reach this code, we know particle is a valid thing, so we can mark this like the position is that. Maybe we can give this like a random velocity. Let me include random. Let's create like, I don't know, just we need a little random thing here. Let's give it, give it a random seed. This is just for demonstration purposes. Let's give it like some random velocity. So I'll give it random velocity, and we'll give it like a lifetime. 10. So this will allocate a particle when we call this function at a given position. Now, when we come to draw this, we need to create an instance buffer which represents these particles. So we have an array of particles, and this is on the CPU. And this is what we're going to like simulate. So this is like our CPU side particle data. But then we also, so we need to send this to the graphics card to actually render. So the way this is typically done is with an instance buffer. You render a quad with a texture, or however you want to render the particle. It can be kind of anything. But I'm doing basic, just like billboard particles, which will just have a texture. What's the use of pointers? So pointers just represent a memory address. So it's like a variable that represents memory. And memory can represent like objects. So in this case, the memory represents a specific particle. And pointers are like a way of just working with memory directly, I guess. Memory management, yeah. Okay, so this static structure, which maybe I should just move up here for clarity, but this is going to be what's on the graphics card. So every frame I'm going to update this buffer. So this is like my buffer that I'm going to send to the graphics card every frame. So I have a first pass where I need to take this CPU side buffer, which can be partially fragmented because of this alive flag on the particle. And I need to compress this, or I guess defragment it into an array of particle instances, this type. And then send that to the graphics card. So we're just going to have a simple for loop that iterates over these. So like I less than particle count max. I++. So we'll have like the count, I guess we could say current instead, maybe. So the instance, so we'll get like a reference to the current instance we're writing to, would be instances at current, right? Oops. Should be over here. So this is like our instance, but the first check we'll do is we have to make sure the particle, but we'll also have, I guess, a particle reference. So this is like our particle we're currently iterating over. So if the particle is not alive, we'll just continue, right? Because we're going to skip over the ones that aren't alive. And then if it is alive, we're just going to assign the instance data. So we're just copying the position over. So the position is just, I think this is a float 3, so I can just copy this directly. Instance dot, I guess these are kind of irrelevant, but I'll set these as well for now. Let me just look at what the type is of this. And then we'll increment current. I guess we could do like some you could do this technically and increment current. If particle alive. Sorry, making sure I'm not missing any any interesting questions. I'm not gonna do this. So you can, this is kind of a funny little C++, or I guess C++ thing. Is called the post increment operator, where when you index this array, you'll index with this first, right? So you'll get like the current value of current, and then after that has been indexed, it will increment current. So we'll like mutate this. I don't like doing this, even though it's kind of fun syntax thing, because it's less clear to me like what is actually happening, because it's easy to miss this like in some random array index thing. Do you always discard it or only if it has any changes? So I'm discarding particles that aren't currently active. So that's what this alive flag is saying. All right, so like, and then we have to actually write this to the instance buffer. So particle, I forget what I called this, instance buffer particles dot write begin. And then we can write this just directly as a buffer. So I have two overloads of this write function. So this one takes like an element, and then this one takes just a raw buffer and a size. So I'm going to use the buffer because this is what we've constructed. This is our buffer, is this array. So I can pass I guess just this array is my buffer. And then the size is the current value times, and this is size in bytes because this takes bytes. So it's the current times the size of, you know, our type. And then pretty soon we'll have this actually working, and we'll see what this does. Okay, so that handles that. In the update function, we have to do a similar thing. So we're just going to loop over particles, and particle dot position is plus equal to the particle dot velocity. So it just updates that, and that's kind of all our, maybe we'll do by delta time. So this is all our particle update does currently. Doesn't do anything with the lifetime. And then, last but not least, we actually have to draw these things. So we have to, let's see. Let me find a good thing I can steal. Steal this one. So we'll actually like draw particles. So we'll bind our shader for these. Shader particle billboard. We need to include camera because we need the projection matrix. For some reason that didn't grab it. I'm not sure why not. I think it's just a fake error. GFX draw vertices instanced. So each quad has 4 vertices. Our instance count, actually we don't want the other overload. So this is our instance buffer. And then we draw these as a primitive type triangle strip. And that should draw them. And then I just need to go into main here and actually initialize the stuff. I'm actually going to, in the scene, I'll draw these, I don't know, right here. I think we need to include oops. And then we need to do the weapon firing thing again. I forgot about that. Is U size T? Yeah, it is size T. Do you want to make mine again? And then, so this is, all of this culminates back to the fire the weapon. So my goal is I wanted these particles to spawn in where the weapon, or where the bullet hits the wall, right? That's what we want particles for right now. I've done a lot of stuff. The pool allocation thing I'm doing for the particles is a very common pattern that I use in a lot of systems. So I write it very quickly. Yeah, so it's one of those things where if you do it a lot of times, you just kind of get used to writing it. Okay, so when we hit, we need to calculate the hit position in like world space. So I guess position. So the position is the hit gunshot dot distance. Interesting. So it's this dot origin dot x plus that. Or plus so it's just gonna be like this. Y, Z. And then we'll create a particle at that position. And of course, I need to implement. And then we need a function. We need to actually call this now. So I will just weapons in the update function. We'll have like a quick check, like if mouse check press. Let's do check first. And then we'll watch this not work on the first try. So this will be our basic fire weapon. I don't know why I'm sending delta time to this. That's kind of dumb. Let me change that. Firing the weapon is not a delta timed function. Okay, in theory, camera. Doesn't know what camera is. Where is camera implemented? Is that in scene? Oh, it is in scene. Let's get that in scene. And we have an error. Oh, I have the game running. That would explain the error. Here we go. All right, here are our particles. They don't have a texture right now. But you can see as I shoot the wall, we get our little particles. And if we create enough of them, we should stop seeing them after a while. Yeah, here we go. I've hit my limit. See, now if I try to click, I'm not getting anything because we have 1,000 particles rendering in the scene. So that's how particles work. And the cool thing is like, you can see how customizable this could be. Like these are just like very basic particles that shoot off, you know, in some direction. They don't do anything. They don't have a texture. Yeah, they're billboards. So they always face the camera. And I can show the shader. I actually wrote this shader off stream. It's like a shader I've reused in some of my other projects. So like this is the shader logic for it. And this is actually my own shader language, if it looks kind of weird. But basically it just like, it doesn't take any vertex data. It just it like constructs a quad from the vertex ID. So it like, yeah, so it creates like the four corners from this little thing here. And then from the view matrix, it extracts like the camera rotation, the right and the up vector. And then it positions it and then renders it as just a texture. The particle, it was just based on my frame rate. I was just calling it once per frame with the current logic. Because it's like every time this runs, this update function, which is just once per frame, it was checking if I'm holding the left mouse button and then creating firing the weapon, which is what created the particles. Here, let me give this an actual texture. I need like a debris texture or something. Let's give this let's find a texture online. Like smoke texture, PNG. It's always hard to find textures for things because it's like impossible to find PNGs on Google. Maybe I have something in my old project. Let's see. Well, let's make the particles do something interesting as well. I'll change their texture to be more visible though. Here, I have to load up one of my old games. I think I have some old particles in some of these somewhere. Let me look off screen here. I should have prepared some textures. I like Linux. Linux is great. I have Linux fully supported with the engine. I'm just not running it right now. So like here, let's push up this code and let's get the Linux build going while I'm looking for my nice, awesome, my name twin. Let me grab latest on this. Oh my god, this computer is so slow. I'm on Linux through a remote desktop connection right now, which is what you're seeing. I think I grabbed latest. And while this takes 10 minutes to compile on my super old computer, I will continue to look for particles. Let's see, where are they? Dropbox. Here we go. The pass-through for the keyboard doesn't work too well on this software. I don't know. I just like Windows. On Git, I don't know. I don't really care too much about what people do on Git. It's interesting. Which window are you using for Linux? Are you using X11 or are you using Wayland? Because I use X11, and the code isn't actually too bad. It's in the GitHub if you want to take a look at what I've done. So like if you go to my repository here, let me get out of Linux. Oops, let me turn this off though so I don't waste electricity. If you go to my project, let me make this a bit bigger so it's more visible on the stream. So all my Windows stuff is in this like source Manta backend window. And then I have a windows.x11.cpp file. And this is like my X11 window initialization code. So like this creates the window. And then I handle like polling for events here. So like key press. Some of this obviously have some debug stuff, I guess. Key releases and mouse stuff. And clipboard as well is kind of a pain in the ass with X11. Yeah, I agree. The Windows APIs are actually kind of garbage. I hate working in them. Okay, sorry. Let me get these. I need some sprites really quick. For particles. So I want to do some cool particles. And I have some somewhere. I just need to find them. I should have done this off stream. Projects. It's hard to know which project actually has the particles. If anyone here knows where dots in the file name. Yeah, this is some pretty crazy action here. .x11. Here, let me get the game running while I'm over here tinkering around with the file stuff. You can see the gun at least. Sorry, I really should have done this off stream. I can't find the textures. Where are they? All I can find are random blood splatter textures. We'll definitely take a look. SDL3. I haven't used SDL3. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna roll my own textures. I want like a little dirt, kind of debris texture for my bullet holes. So we will go to the online Photoshop clone because I don't have Photoshop installed. This is one of my favorite websites, online Photoshop clone, this one. And we will find a dirt texture. Oops. Or maybe debris. I don't know, what color am I going for? What's the vibe? Let's just grab this one. This really doesn't matter. We'll take the eraser tool, give it a mask, give it a brush. Where's my, oops. This is my great little particle here. This is the best particle sprite you've ever seen. All right, export this as a PNG. Oh my God. We just need something. Assets, textures. New folder, particles. Reveal in File Explorer. Oops. I don't want materials. I want this. Okay, so now I can actually bind a texture to this thing. Build this. There we go. The blend mode is looking pretty funky though. So let's set the blend mode as well. Or actually, it's probably depth clipping that's messing this up. We'll just set depth testing off for now. Yeah, there we go. Without depth testing, it's kind of busted looking though. So maybe I want to sort my particles. Yeah, because that's certainly... Now we have like a weird particle blending issue. I guess I'll keep depth testing on. I'll do it less equals though. I should really sort my particles. This would be part of the solution, is to sort them before I add them to the list. But now I want the particles to have some like reflection in the... Yeah, I'll add random rotations too. So I'm going to add rotations. I'm going to add make the velocity not just random. I'm going to have it kind of reflect off the wall based on your view vector. So we'll do that now. So we'll take in a velocity as well. And we'll give them gravity, which should be fun. So, because right now we just kind of do this. And then in the fire weapon, this could be constant actually. What is this mad about? Oh, commas. And we need a velocity in here. So we need to reflect the gun, the view vector off the point of collision, which, is that easy or not? Let me see. What do I have in the hit? So I have the triangle ID, which gives me what? Does that give me a normal? I don't have a normal. I need a normal for this to work. Let's see. In the level, do I load normals? I have vertices. Yeah, I did solve the fluid simulation. Yeah, I don't know what you saw last, but I have it working now. So let me just show that. I need to turn this on, otherwise multiplayer is broken because I have a bug. Yeah, multiplayer works now with the fluid. So I can like delete the fluid. And it's all synced up, which is cool. I can like drag it around. Oh, it doesn't work over here for some reason. Yeah, there we go. It's not, see, there's a bit of a difference going on here. So it's not perfect, but it corrects after a while, which is what's important. So yeah, this has been a bit of a project. I'm taking kind of a mental break from this. It just uses well, I don't know, that's a long story. I don't really know if I want to get into that tangent again. I have another stream where I was working on that. Yeah. Okay, so particles. Do I have normals? I have a function to calculate it, I think. Or let me see. I have another project where I did this. Anarchy tests. I have like a test bounce. Somewhere in here I calculate the normals. Or no. Yeah, I have a triangle calculate normal, so I just need this. Basically, is my reflect function. So, steal this. What does this take? Where is this function coming from? Where does this thing live? 3D. Oops, wrong header file. And this thing, oh, wrong one again. Oh, I have 3D, so why isn't that finding it? I think my IntelliSense is busted. Why Visual Studio? I use Visual Studio because it works on Mac and Linux and Windows without me having to do anything. And it can sync my settings and stuff, so I just really enjoy not having to worry about my IDE. when I do cross-platform stuff. How many shaders do I have? This project has like 3 shaders. What's my major? I did computer science. I've been out of computer science for like 5 years now. C98, no library. Probably not for a while. Okay, so why is this mad? Hit. And is this a calculate normal? So let's get this as that. Why is this so mad about this? Why does it want this? What is happening? Oh, it's mad about the float. I want the floating point version of this. It's kind of dumb because my level format's using... Here, this will solve this problem. So my level format was using double precision, which is really stupid because I don't need double precision vertices. Like that's not saving me anything. Okay. There we go. Now that works. And then this has to be not constant. Does this still give me collisions? It does not. Because I messed up the other stuff now. So this can be float. This can be float. This can be float, 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 float. Wait, what is happening here? And then everything in here is float. You either use a different shader or you have to do a branch within your shader based on some flag. And you would have to pass that flag into the shader somehow. So you either do it through the vertex format or you would pass it as like a uniform or like a constant, you know, a buffer if you're in one of the other APIs. Okay, I've broken my collision detection. Let me fix this. Everywhere I'm doing double stuff, I need to be doing floating point, unfortunately. I've broken my collision detection. What's the issue? Floating point. Oh, this is why. Oh man, that's annoying. What? No, I use the no libraries thing is partial clickbait. Obviously, I have to use libraries for graphics. So I'm using OpenGL and like DirectX for graphics. What I mean by no libraries is I'm not using the C++ standard library, and I'm not using anything like SDL or Raylib, or anything to handle window management or input or anything like that. I don't use like CMake for the build system. So it's like the only libraries I use are basically the low-level system supplied ones you kind of have to use to actually like do stuff. So that's what I mean by no libraries. Sorry, I converted these to floats. Now I see why I had them as doubles. It's because I was just like blindly copying the data from here, which is a vector 3D of doubles, which is annoying. What is this? What is triangles? So it's a list of doubles. So I guess this should just be triangles I. Cannot convert. What is happening? List of double v3. And these are float v3s. Oh, this should be float v3. Okay. Yeah, that should work. There we go. We have fixed our collisions. Now they use floats. And they currently fly off to the side. Do I use a static global state allocator? So for the particles, I just did this on stream like an hour ago or 30 minutes ago. So the particles I'm doing just with like static memory. So at the top here, I just have like a static buffer, and I have like a little allocate function that just is like a pool allocator basically. So it just finds you a particle within the buffer that's not currently active. And then if we've reached capacity, it just returns, null pointer, which is like what I use to determine whether the thing is like alive or not. And then when I actually create them, it's like I do a check, try to allocate me one. If it's null pointer, just exit. Otherwise, use the particle to actually do something. And then memory allocate. So like this memory allocate thing is just a wrapper around malloc right now. This is kind of a to-do. The idea is that I can override the behavior of my memory allocation function in the engine. So like the default is it just uses malloc and then does a test, like an error check. And then if malloc failed, it just just in debug builds will just send an error. And I have an equivalent that does like try to allocate, and if it fails, you could have it return a fallback, like a stubbed memory. Because sometimes you'll try to allocate, and if malloc happens to fail, you can return some safe block of memory and then do whatever your program needs to do to continue from that state. But like the way I actually allocate memory is very system dependent. So I don't call memory alloc very often. And I try to just save all my allocations for startup. just so I'm not allocating a bunch of stuff on the fly per frame. So yeah, that's how that works. All right, so particle reflection, velocity reflection. We want some reflecting of the position. So we have the normal, and then we just reflect off of that. Just using Arena like a Chad. Yeah, I mean, it depends, you know, like, yeah. Maybe smart pointers. I don't use smart pointers. I don't think smart pointers are necessary for most things. It depends, you know, smart pointers are good if you're already in the model of like doing the rest of the C++ sort of resource, the RAII model of memory allocation and management, lifetime management. Because smart pointers are like a safety mechanism, basically, a convenience mechanism for handling the lifetime of things as you pass it around, right? But like the way I allocate memory is I allocate memory basically in giant pools at startup. So there like really is never a case where my pointer would be invalid, right? Because things don't own memory, right? Like I'm not passing the ownership of my pool of memory to some other system. It just exists at startup, and then, you know, when the system shuts down, it's freed. So you never have this like lifetime or ownership problem. So smart pointers are just kind of become kind of a nuisance, like a nuisance, because now you have to like do the smart pointer syntax everywhere. But that's because I've written my entire engine to like work that way, right? So that works for me by not using smart pointers, because like I've already done all the work to make it clear that a smart pointer doesn't really solve a problem for me. If you're in a code base that does, you know, use smart pointers already, obviously you should you should continue to use smart pointers. That's kind of my take on it. I don't know. Like I've worked in code bases that do both. And like for example, when I worked in AAA at the big company, they didn't use smart pointers for anything. So everything was just raw pointers. But things were allocated in pools, or like blocks, right? So they just didn't have the problem that needed smart pointers to solve. And that's kind of the same thing I'm doing. So that's my take on smart pointers. Plus, it's kind of annoying to have to like rely on. I actually don't do animations really at all yet in the engine. My little animation is just like interpolate between some random values. Yeah. The thing is, it's like, yeah, like with C++ advice, like I can't give just general C++ advice because it's very dependent on the code you're working in and like the problem you're trying to solve. So it's like, I'm not against smart pointers as like like I have no beef with smart pointers. I just think personally for like my engine, I don't think they're necessary. And I just prefer to write code that doesn't use them. Because like when I'm worried about lifetimes and ownership, that's like an extra mental burden on me, I feel like, to like be worried about, you know, oh, what's the lifetime of this thing? Oh, does this thing depend on other things? Like thinking of everything in like an ownership model just seems like more mental tax that I don't really want to pay. So it's easier if I design like a particle system that just has a fixed pool of particles. And like, I know I will never exceed this count. I know the particle pointer, like the pointers to particles in my code can never be invalid because the only time I request a pointer to a particle, I'm doing like a check on it immediately. So this code will never be unsafe with the pointer that it gives me. And I think that's easier to reason about, personally. Because like this, I call this allocate, like I should really name this something else. Like this isn't actually allocating anything. So this is actually a bad name. This should be like, I don't know, get particle or something. The UI, it's made for my project, the rendering UI. Okay, so less yapping, more working. Let's get the reflection into this. So basically velocity is just, for now, I guess our velocity vector will be the hit or the gunshot vector reflected on the normal, and we'll just see what this does. Does this look good? It's kind of hard to see if it's working. I think it is though. Oh, the Visual Studio extension? Yeah, I made that for the engine. Okay, so let's give this some more speed. And yeah, I have tried C#. One of my old engines actually used the C# program for the build tool. This looks kind of bad with the the blending. All right, so our particles now reflect. Let's give them some random offsets, I guess. Oops. Did I not have a random in here? I thought I did. Is there a situation where I assume you're talking about smart pointers still? I mean, yeah, for sure. I think like in my engine, I'm kind of going overboard with the no standard library stuff, because this is just like very game engine kind of extreme type of programming, you would say, like low level stuff. Most stuff you program that like isn't games, this stuff doesn't matter, and even in games, it like on modern computers, it really doesn't matter that much, because like you're rarely actually bottlenecked by, you know, memory allocations, unless you're like deep in a hot loop or something. Then that might be a problem for you. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not against smart pointers. They're a good. I think if you're a beginner, you should use them because they'll save you in a lot of situations that are easy to mess up if you just don't really have the experience dealing with memory. So yeah. Do I not have a static random? Yeah, I guess to answer whoever asked the question about the animations, how I'm doing them. my current little gun wiggle animation is just some noise functions that I sample. So yeah, nothing insane. Yeah. And I agree with that. It's like with my personal game engine. Yeah, like I own my entire code base, so I can kind of do whatever I want. In real code bases, you have to be obviously more careful with what you're doing. I don't know how much of a direction randomization to add. Let's just do this. We're just adding some wiggle, some randomness. Those all look the same though. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. There we go, that's better. They're still not very poppy though. We want some more intensity here. We want some gravity too, so we'll get some gravity in there. I need some gun sounds too. I'm gonna do that soon. Hey, thanks. Thank you. It'd be cool to do some shader stuff as well, like get some shadows in here. because I don't have any. The shaders look pretty rough. All right, so let's get some gravity on these guys. Now my particle state machine would be should be more complicated at some point. But we'll do some basic gravity, which is literally just adding velocity to the z vector. I don't know what value to do. That's really weak gravity. Okay. This should go negative. Maybe that's too intense. Maybe they need more speed. See, you can just fine tune this forever. Well, I should add the random rotation to the particles too. I haven't done that yet. I know someone mentioned doing that. I've been working on the engine for about 2 years. This game is only like a week old. So I kind of have like 2 projects going here. I have the engine, which obviously drives the game, but then the game is just like one game within the engine. Okay, let's add some randomness to the particles as well. I guess it would make more sense. Here, let's just do another float rotation. This is kind of a dumb way of creating particles. Is to like have a function that just directly passes through random stuff, but oops. It's like 2 pi, right? Oh, I don't have a rotation field. Interesting. I guess rotation doesn't really have to be a property of the particle, but I'll do it on here as well. Yeah. I found the assets. Actually, I'm really not sure. They came from a bunch of random places over like 10 years of doing random game projects. That rotation does not look random. Do I use degrees for my angles? I don't remember. Or maybe I'm not supplying them to the vertex buffer or the instance buffer. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. Here's some randomness to the particles. What happened to my music? I used to have music. Bear with me. It's like awkwardly quiet. Time to remove standard library. Yeah. I'm going to make the particles collide off the wall or off the geometry as well, because I think that could be fun. Because right now they kind of just disappear into the ground after the first bounce. It'd be cool if they bounced around. Oh, I ran out of particles. That's right. I never let the particles die. Okay, let me make the particles bounce. So this is interesting because we have to have some collision detection within the particle update as well. Yeah, sure, go for it. You can ask whatever you want. So yeah, sorry if I missed questions. There's a lot, a lot of people chatting in here. Okay. So So I'm going to do kind of naive collision check. So I'm just going to treat the particles as like a line segment. Their motion vector as a line segment. And then if that line segment collides with the terrain. Oh, should I turn the music off? I'll keep it quiet. I kind of like a little background noise. So yeah, I'm going to treat the particles as a line segment. So so basically doing the same thing I'm doing with the weapon and this. I think that could be a W. That could be a win. It's a great way of learning. Yeah. If you go to it not expecting to like make something insanely crazy, I think it's a good project. Because like you'll definitely mess up your first, dozens of engines. Okay, so let's just copy some code. Because all of this code is basically doing the same thing. So we need this. What's happening here? Hopefully I don't have to normalize this. We'll see. Maybe I will just for now. This isn't performant code by any means. But it should be fine. So we send the collision, and then and I kind of want a utility function. Maybe I'll test against the level. Because right now I have this function. I'm just like passing in level data in just random spots throughout my code. This should probably be like a function I do on the level, I guess, class, like test collision, and then that would return stuff. So I'll probably make that refactor here after I get this working. So if we've hit, if the hit dot distance is less than, or I guess I have to normalize this, don't I? So const float velocity length equals because we need this to like know if we're about to collide. Yeah, I'll explain the no libraries thing briefly. So what that means is I'm not using C++ standard library. I don't use like SDL or Raylib or anything. But of course I'm using libraries for OpenGL and DirectX and like the Windows headers for creating a window and stuff. So I'm using like the system libraries and the graphics APIs. But otherwise it's just like, I don't use like CMake either for build. I have my own build system. But otherwise it's like a pretty low dependency code base. You just need a C++ compiler and like one of the 3 main operating systems, and you can just build the code. So there's no, it's a custom VS Code theme. Okay, so we need the length because we're testing in this update step. Are we colliding? I guess is basically what this test is. So we should do the collision detection here. And then move particle, I guess. I'll say detect collisions, movement. So So it's on each particle, so we'll get the length. How much are we expecting to move this update step? So it's actually by interesting, actually. Let me think. Yeah, okay. So this is actually, so this update step is by delta time, because that's how much we actually move. So if we are going to collide in this time step, then the distance here has to be less than this. Otherwise, so if it's greater than this, we just, well, actually we can combine this. So if we've collided with anything and the collision is within our step distance, then we will continue to this code. And then we calculate the normal from that hit, so we know how to reflect the velocity. Oops. So in our particle dot velocity is just so we reflect the velocity by normal, and then that should handle that. Thanks. Yeah, I have a bit of a baby face, I think, too. Okay, so that should handle, in theory, the particle bouncing off stuff if we didn't mess it up. It looks like we might have messed it up. What is happening? Okay, we messed something up. Particle position by velocity. Oh, it should be if it's less than the distance. Because we were doing inverse logic. Yeah, there we go. The particles bounce around. Oops. my frame rate is absolutely tanking because of this collision detection, by the way. Look at my frame rate. 41 down to 30. It does, yes. So like, for example, you can see it's like everything's clean here because it's just like I changed the text file. Obviously the C++ compile does incremental. And then the asset management also does incremental. So like if I just go in and edit my shader to like, I don't know, be red, it will only rebuild the shader. See, like most of the stuff was clean here. Like most of the assets were clean, but the shader was dirty. So it had to recompile the shader. But you see how fast that was? Like editing the shader code and just rebuilding. It's like, there we go. I am not 14. Do I really look that young? That's crazy. I was programming when I was 14. All right, so we have to figure out, well, I know why this is slow. Part of this might be a math thing, but I think it's just, we're doing Raycast against the entire world. That actually is kind of a math thing, wow. All right, also what we want to do is after every bounce, we'll remove some of the velocity, so we'll have a dampening factor. So I'll just put it at like 0.5 for now, just to demonstrate. Well, I'm 27, so I'm basically within the range you guessed. For some reason, people think I'm like 14, which is kind of funny. Yeah, eventually they fall through once they reach 0 velocity, which is interesting. All right. Okay, what I want to optimize this. There's a lot that could be optimized. Now we're taking length here. This is kind of dumb because length is doing a square root. So the easiest solution here is to like do this. So the square root distance by delta. And then rather than checking distance directly, we'll do like const float distance squared equals hit distance square is that times that. So this will spare us a square root, but this actually isn't what's slow, probably. Let's put this square so we know our units. Like we're also normalizing this, so I might not need to normalize. Yeah, like we're still getting a lag spike there. I could actually profile these maybe if I really wanted to like find out. But obviously it's slow because we're iterating over every triangle in the oops. We're like iterating over every triangle in the map. So what I would do is partition my map. So I'm only doing like testing against local vertices rather than the entire level. I'm not going to worry about optimizing this right now though. Vulkan or OpenGL. If you're a beginner, probably OpenGL. But Vulkan is also good because it maps to how graphics cards actually work a lot more cleanly. So if you want to learn how graphics cards actually work and what the drivers are doing for you under the hood, Vulkan is a good way of learning how that works. I don't know who Todd Howard is. Okay, let's see. What's next? Do I know who Todd Howard is? Is he the one? Oh yeah, I know who Todd Howard is. He's Bethesda, yeah. Okay. I did know who Todd Howard was. I don't know what he sounds like though. Maybe he sounds like me. Alright. Let's add the particle lifetimes as well, I guess, while we're at it. So after... Oops. And if the particle life is less than 0, then we just kill the particle. And then I can test this by giving the particle just a really short life when I spawn it. Let's see. Let's give it like half a second of life to live. Yeah, now they free themselves. And then they should fade out is what I will do next. And then I'm going to sort them I did my own engine just for fun. Just a fun thing to do. I don't know. Okay, so when we draw this, we want to give it some transparency, I guess. This is just a simple way of giving it a lifetime. And we'll give the particle like we'll give it a second to live. And then they fade out, which is kind of cool. Oh, yeah, I have other levels besides this snowy one too. I always forget. I have a bunch of these old level files. These low polygon things. Oh no, I've hit the... Oh, that's right. When I kill a particle, I have to do something with it. So I didn't implement the killing a particle. Here, let me add that. I hit the limit, but I'm not freeing up slots when it's not alive. So we need to add that. So I'm going to call this reserve because we like reserve a particle and then we're going to release the particle. And this will just be a void function that takes in index. So let's do like an assert, just make sure this is never larger than our max count. And then particle and we update the current insertion pointer thing. So then when we're about to kill this particle, we just release it. We can test by making the pool very small. We'll do like 16 particles. And this should be reserve. Uh-oh, nothing happened. What happened? I broke my particles. Oh, I'm freeing them immediately. I'm not doing the check. Please hide the cursor when in game. Yeah, I'll get to that eventually. I'll need to look up the Windows API how to hide the cursor because I don't know if I implement that yet. Okay, so let's make this 16 just to test that our lifetime recycler. Yeah, there we go. Now when the particles die, they eventually can be recycled as new particles. All right, let's hide the mouse. I don't remember if I implemented this, so we might do some back-end code for this. Where am I? Source, backend, window. Is there like a show cursor? Oh, I do have this enabled already. Oh, I can just turn this on then, I guess. I can delete this as well. Oh, it doesn't even work. Oh, there it goes. I mean, probably you should start with an engine. So like, use like Unity or Unreal or Godot maybe. Just so you can like actually start making games. It depends if you want to be like an engine programmer or a game developer. So those are like two similar but different skills. And some people are good at one or the other. And like a smaller portion are good at both. So I clearly am more on the engine programmer side of the spectrum. So that's what interests me. You should really just start making projects, and then you kind of just learn a lot of the things you need to learn just by like actually making stuff. Because as you make stuff, you'll like encounter problems that you need to solve, and then you can solve them. Okay, let's turn the particle limit back up. Let's set this to something sane though, like, I don't know, 128, because we really don't need that many bullet hole particles. And then I'm gonna set this to be its own like class maybe, because we'll want separate pools of particles for like the bullet hole effects, or the bullet particles. We'll want particles for, I don't know, smoke. Definitely the engine development is more demanding, I would say, at like a technical level. Because there's just like, you need to be stronger at programming, you need to be stronger at like algorithms and just understanding the full tech stack that makes up a game engine. Well, it depends what kind of engine developer you are too. Because like this engine is one I've written from scratch myself. But a lot of engine developers just work on existing engines. So you don't really have to know the entire engine. You just have to know your specialization within it. And the way it works at like AAA studios is the engineers are typically like specialized into different teams. So you'll have like rendering engineers that do all the graphics code. You'll have like engine developers. You'll have gameplay developers. You'll have, you know, UI, audio. Just there's like different sub you know, skills within the greater game development career path, I guess. And I think nowadays people are like, there are fewer people that are generalists at big companies. It's more specialized. And tips for C++. I don't know, just you really just have to like make projects and like try to do things, you know, that are more complicated than things you've done like previously. And like a lot of it also isn't just the programming specifically. It's like the problem solving skills that go along with it. And like the architecture skills. Like it's one thing to write an algorithm that can do something quickly, but it's also another skill to like know when to actually use that algorithm and like whether you're over engineering a problem or you're under engineering a problem. So like that's kind of something that you'll learn over time. And I don't know, I'm still like obviously learning stuff myself, so I'm not an authority figure on this by any means. I'm just working on a project, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, the texture isn't being sorted, so I'm going to fix that now. That's a good thing you brought up. So let's fix that. So the problem is that it's not doing depth testing, or so like the depth buffer is preventing particles from drawing because there's transparency involved. So the classic way to solve this is to sort by depth. So I will sort by depth in here. So wherever I'm doing this particle instance thing, I actually need an additional pre-pass on this. I didn't work at Ubisoft, no. I did work at a AAA though, and it wasn't Ubisoft. Okay, so we need, let's have a little structure that's like, this will be a small structure, so we'll have a particle, I don't know what I should call this thing. Particle distance, I don't know. Why isn't my caps lock working? Particle distance. So this thing is just a, I guess this doesn't have to be a EU size, but I've been using that everywhere else. So this is like an index, and then this is distance, so distance square, right? And we will need an operator on this in a second, but I'll get to that later. So we'll have particles sorted, which is a list. I need to include, and I'm using list because I already have a function that can sort this. Ideally, I wouldn't do this with memory allocation, but we're just gonna do it for now. Where's the header? All right. We're gonna lazy initialize this. This is kind of gross. This will be our proof of concept. So our first pass is to basically do this. So we want to sort the particles first. So to clear this, we'll insert so this will just store the index of the current particle that's here, and then we need to calculate the distance to the camera. So we'll have a const float distance square equals float v3 length square, and that is the particle dot position minus the camera dot. I should really have a helper up here. I'm not sure why I'm not using a float 3 on the camera itself. All right, so then we'll add all of these to the list, and then we'll just sort the list. We'll have our own little lambda here, I guess. What's happening? Oh, I need a particle dot distance. And we'll see whether this is. Did I miss questions? Is this OpenGL? I have OpenGL as a backend. So the question was, is this OpenGL or something else? So I have multiple graphics backends, and OpenGL is one of them. Show what you made. How am I coding without a library? I should have an FAQ in here. 1 second. Let me finish the particle code here, and I'll get the game running again. So I just need to iterate now over, I guess, this dot count particle equals and we know that this is valid. And then this should work in theory. So I think these are sorting in the opposite direction. So let me just flip the sign of this and see if that fixes it. Yeah, there we go. Now they look a bit better when overlapped because we're sorting the particles now by distance. I'm a programmer. So I have a, for my actual job, I do graphics, like programming. And then this engine is just like a hobby project that I work on in my free time, just for fun. Sorry if I missed questions. I started making... so yeah, Asbert asked about CMake. I kind of hate CMake, and I don't use it in my engine, so I don't really have any good tips on CMake specifically. How am I coding without a library? So I'm using libraries. I'm using the system libraries. So I use like the system C header libraries. All right, good luck on the stream. If I end my stream, I might join in, so you might see me there later. I'm not sure how much longer I'll go. I hate CMake. No, I don't hate CMake. I don't love it though, and I chose not to use it in this engine. Though I did initially use CMake at the beginning, and then I gutted it out, so I don't use CMake anymore. Mostly because I found it just really annoying to maintain. So yeah, I kind of gave up on CMake. Okay, too much particle stuff here. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. So I'll be back in a sec. I'll leave the game running though. Okay, I am back. Quick break. Ever worked on libretro? Any thoughts on it? I have never heard of that. Obama does. That's funny. How long did this take me to make? The game was about 2 weeks. So I have streams up for every like day I worked on this. Plus there was a day I missed actually. I didn't stream one day because my internet was dead. But this game is about 3 weeks. The engine itself is a lot longer than that. It's been about like 2 years. So yeah, there's like the game and then the engine. Okay, so what I decided to do, or what I want to do next is, so I have this little particle system that works now. I can create particles. They have an update function. They can do basic stuff. But now I want to, what do we say? I want to make these more customizable, I guess. So right now I have this in a namespace. So like this particle's namespace is just like this global thing. And then these particles are just like collision debris particles. But it would be nice to have the particle system be sort of this customizable thing that I can create multiple particle systems from. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to create this as a class, and then I'm going to template out what it means to be a particle. Is my plan here. But I hate using templates, so I'm going to try and think of a way. How do I want to do this? There's like 2 ways I can solve this. I can either create a templated class, or I don't even know. I really don't want to template it because then I'm like forced to use all the stuff in the header files. Like all my implementations then have to basically go in the header file. And templates are kind of gross. But maybe that's fine. I think it's not as scary as people make it out to be. I think people overcomplicate it sometimes. Especially with kind of a lot of the modern C++ way of writing. It's like overly verbose. Yeah, let's implement this as a templated class, just as an experiment. And then I'm going to say why I don't like it. So this is what you would do. You would have like template, you know, type name. T is your particle class. And then you'd have like particle system or something. Or maybe a particle context. I like the word context because this is like the context in which the particles simulate themselves. And then like on this thing, you would have some functions and some data. So yeah, and that's a problem too, is definitely the over teaching. This is why I kind of like, I feel like my advice would honestly be, if you're brand new to this, I almost think it's better to learn C first. Even though C is historically seen as like the hard one because it's super low level. But the thing is, C is a very simple language. Like there just isn't much to the C language. So it's easy to learn quickly because there's just not this endless tendril of stuff you have to learn to understand the C language at its core. And a lot of the manual memory allocation stuff you have to do in C is like, it's just really good to know how that stuff works, because that's like fundamental to how computers work, is like how memory is aligned. Just all of that stuff is it's just like really good to learn that. And then if you find that to be like too much of a pain in the ass to maintain on a large project, then you can switch to C++, which lets you what's Claude? once you find C stuff too annoying to maintain, which you might not find, you might love it. I don't know. Depends on the kind of person you are. Then you can move to C++. And C++ kind of gives you a lot of abstractions to kind of hide away a lot of the low-level stuff from C. And that's what's powerful about C++ is you can build these high-level abstractions but still generate like low-level performant code. So that's, I don't know. I like to do the low-level stuff though, so that's kind of what I prefer. So anyway, we have particles. These will be a buffer of particles, basically. So we'll do this, and then we'll kind of do the same thing we had before. We have like a current pointer. In fact, we could even stack allocate this potentially if we wanted to. Like we could do this. We could do, I forget if it's int capacity or like usize capacity. We can do this. So we can actually just do this here. So now we have a double template going on. Please. Okay, I won't read that. Okay, so current equals 0. This would be like t. Let's initialize this stuff. So this is a stack allocated templated class that will handle my particles in theory. I really don't want to do this though, because I don't like putting stuff in header files, implementation in header files. But we basically just need these functions now. These will be like private. And we'll move this to be a t and then an index. And these aren't static. So this is kind of like how you do something like this. So that will work. The problem is that the particles need to be alive. So you would actually have to wrap this with another struct. You would have like a particle struct here, which is a t, like particle. And then you would have a Boolean alive flag, right? And then your particles are actually these, because now you're guaranteed to have an alive member on this particle. Yeah, I have a custom build tool. It manages code generation, assets, and shader, like graphic stuff. So that's what that does. And then a lot of this we can just, like we'll need the instance buffer on this thing, so we'll need to include Manta GFX. So we'll need the instance buffer for these. Or maybe I supply the instance buffer, potentially. Oh, you want to know how it works? Yeah, I can give a brief, I'll give a very brief demo of how this works. So this is my other project. Basically, it's like a Terraria clone. But you can see when I ran this on the left, on the right side here, this is like the terminal. So when I click build and run, it does basically the build tool, which is what this part is. You know, it enters the build tool and then it has a bunch of stages. So it does like asset management, shaders, objects. I have my own object system in the engine. And this just handles essentially in this project. So this is the project repository for this. I have like an assets folder, which has a bunch of assets for various things. Like here's like, I don't know, sprites for all the blocks, right? And these are just like raw files. So when I run compile, the first thing that kicks off is the build tool, which its whole job is to just like glob this directory and then pack all the assets into a binary file. So if I like go to the output folder for this game after I compile it and like bring this in Windows Explorer, you can see here's my executable here. And then next to it is this binary file. And this thing's 317 megabytes large. So this just contains all of the sound, all of the sprites, all of the shader code, you know, all the asset stuff. And then in addition to assets, I generate some code for the engine. Here's a file that's generated by the build tool that gets compiled into the game's executable. And this is like for all of the entity stuff. So like I have UI widgets in here, and just a bunch of boilerplate code to handle the object system basically. So like when I run the game, you see I have these little widgets for the UI. So these are objects. And the way that this works is through this object system. And these are essentially just C++ like virtual classes. And then the same is true for graphics. So I generate a lot of graphics system code. And there's like asset definition stuff. So I get like a generated table of enums for all of my asset types. So here are like my sprites. And here are all like the blocks. So these are what you saw in the asset folder over here on the left under like sprites. So like here's like the glass, and then here's like the generated table. So in my C++ code, I can just use these tables. And then I also do shader translation at build time because I support multiple graphics backends, but I have one shader language. So in order to use one shader language with multiple graphics APIs, you need to translate the shaders because like OpenGL takes GLSL, DirectX takes HLSL, like Metal takes the Metal shader language. So like here's, I don't know. Here's the shader that does the sky rendering in that game. And this is in HLSL code. But if I switch to the OpenGL backend for graphics and I recompile, you'll see that now I have a GLSL shader here that was generated instead. And here's like the GLSL version. And the game is now running OpenGL as its backend. So the build tool basically coordinates all of that. And it also compiles the code, so it kicks off the compiler. So it's like just a little tool that runs prior to actually compiling the executable. So that's what the build tool is in a nutshell. But let me go back to the particles. Probably Claude. How do I find a project that will make me competent? I'm biased, but I would say you should make a game engine. Or like a small game. Yeah, like Tetris is a good example. That would be great. Or chess. Chess is a classic one. Like I have a little chess engine in this game, in this engine. I don't know if this will compile. It might not. Yeah, like here's my little chess engine. So chess is a fun little game to make. Because you kind of have to like, depends how far you want to take your chess engine too. So making a little game is a good idea, I think. Okay, so I'm trying to think how I want to do the instance buffer stuff. So basically, I just want a function on here that's like init. Maybe these would be free. And I can get even more crazy, like the draw function can itself take a template. This is where C++ gets kind of gross. Function, so like this could be the draw function. So like I might have a specific function that draws, but I'm probably not going to do this because that's over-engineered. gets kind of awesome. It depends. If you like a templated mess, then it can get awesome or bad. I'm trying to think. Sorry, I'm just trying to think how I actually want to architect this little class. Because basically what I want is I want this little context thing that I can just initialize at the top of the engine, you know, in the particle module, and like have a particle like smoke, right? And then I can have like particles smoke, right? And this would be some static initialized pool of particles that are smoke. And then I would be able to call like particle smoke dot update, you know, particle smoke dot free, etc., etc. And I guess I could do this by having some requirements on what it means to be a particle as well. Like I could have, so we have, I'll just make a default particle for now. So we have like a struct that represents a particle smoke, right? Kind of like before, we have a position, we have a velocity, we have a lifetime. And then we have to initialize this stuff. So maybe for now we'll like, the init function will just mem set this to its, I guess we'll just mem set to 0 just to make sure that this whole block is zeroed out, just for sanity's sake. My cat is jumping up on my desk. Say hi to the cat. And free, I don't even know. Yeah, so my update function would just be like loop over my particles. And then it would call to the actual particle. So particle is particles at the index if particle is not alive, then we continue. Otherwise, we would want to call to particle dot particle dot update. And this would pass, I guess, a delta time. And that's how I would update a particle. And then, sorry, I was reading chat. So then particle, I guess I can make this a class at this point, even though it feels kind of dumb to do a class for a particle, but that's fine. We would have like a function, update, takes the delta, and then it would do something with that. The thing is, the thing I don't like about this, I guess this architecture, is that, you know, the particle is updating and it will call some code. But then if the particle wants to free itself, it has to call back to this context that called, you know, update on it. Like if I'm updating the particle and then within the update function, the particle decides that it is now dead, right? We're gonna delete it. This particle has to know the context in which it was created, if that makes any sense. Which could be fine, I suppose, because I would only ever have one of these in a game, but it just gets ugly the way that these systems like communicate with each other, which is why I generally don't like doing this kind of architecture. Like I could pass, I don't even know. Let me think. Maybe there's a cleaner way to do this. And like the same thing is with drawing, because each particle might have its own instance buffer format. So like you would think the context would own the instance buffer. But then that makes the template instantiation of this thing more complicated, because I would need to pass the type of the instance buffer into this thing, unless I store it opaquely through a pointer, which isn't ideal either. So I think instead, I'm not going to do the particle system this way. I think I'm going to do data-oriented type particles, where I still have this system. Oh, why am I still in the chess game? Actually, I don't know. I'm really split, because I do like the potential of this. I'm just annoyed with the API. Like I could also just have function pointers that get called for all of these, and then I manually write these functions. But then I have this nice little container class that kind of keeps track of, the actual particle lifetimes. I don't know. Does it still compile? It does. Nice. I kind of want to fix the issue I was having earlier with where the ray is coming out for the gun. Let's just continue with this and just see where this gets us, I guess. So we'll have a new, just stuff at the bottom. This is like an experimental. So we have a static. At least with this, I can put these in the source file. So like this would be my smoke particle, and then I have just a static one of these things here, and this is a particle smoke, and we have 128 of these. A vector is pretty much always better than a list because of the cache locality of it. But depending on if you need the linked list behavior, then array initializer must be an initializer. What is happening? Is it because I'm doing this? Yeah, it was. I prefer data-oriented. You've joined at a good time, because I'm just having this debate with the particle system I'm working on. But I'm doing some experimental, more object-oriented type particle stuff now. So what does the API for this look like, I guess, is the question of the hour. I'm not making this game for any particular reason. This is just a game I'm making to further develop the engine. So yeah, that's the difference. I'm working on the game engine, and the game is just a means of developing the engine. So this game isn't like a commercial endeavor or anything like that. It's just like for fun. The initial inspiration is I want to develop my netcode a little further, because this is actually a multiplayer game, even though the multiplayer is basically non-existent right now. But you can see, like, on the right side here, I do have multiplayer hooked up. And netcode is kind of a pain in the ass. So I wanted a game that's like kind of fun to work on, that will allow me to write some interesting netcode. And no, I don't. I pretty much only stream on Sundays, unfortunately. I have a pretty busy schedule throughout the week, so I just don't have time to stream, unfortunately. But I try to do these Sunday marathon streams, so yeah. Okay, so we have these smoke particles, and so what do we need to emulate what we had previously? So we have init free, so we have a vertex buffer, or an instance buffer, so we need that. So I guess we have like we have like a type CPU, and we have a type name, the GPU type, which is the instance type. This is where it gets gross, because now we have templates with multiple templated parameters, which I don't love. I kind of hate this. But that allows me now to have the instance buffer here. You know, it's like I could have instances, right? And this should be here, which is kind of convenient, I guess, but it just gets gross very quickly. But maybe that's fine. I don't know. Maybe that's fine. Do I know why the scene is unlit? I mean, the scene's unlit because I haven't written lighting code for it yet. I've never had VS Code crash on me. Can someone help me learn GameMaker? I used GameMaker for like 10 years. GameMaker is a great engine. I haven't used Studio 2 though. Okay, so yeah, because like now in init we could do, so we like memset the CPU. We also initialize, and we init to the capacity of our instance buffer. And then what else do we do? Overwrite. What font do I use? It's called Iosevka, spelled like Iosevka. So you just look this up, and there's it's like I think it's like an open source font. So then we'll just free this, I guess. Free our GPU resources. Yeah, I just showed that actually. Multiplayer does work. So, yeah, right now, it's very bare bones, but like, the right screen is the server at the moment. So you can see my little guy moving around on the other screen. The multiplayer code is very basic right now, though. Okay, so we have this, and then we call update on it. I'm going to pass the particle ID as well to the update function. So like every update function needs an index because I might want that for other stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. There's like a lot of people watching. People love the what am I calling this? The retro FPS game. Okay, so update. So for the smoke, we'll move the so here's my actual update function is basically this. So we want this in here pretty much. So we like move the velocity, position. Okay. The next obvious problem is that now I have like some weird forward declaration issues happening. So like, unfortunately, what I need to do, or maybe this is fine, we'll see. I don't think this works though, because it doesn't know what this is yet because it's defined down here. But if I put this up here, it doesn't know what this is. So I have to forward declare these functions. So like, I have this update function, and then underneath this, unfortunately, this is where I have to I have to do this. This is why it gets gross. It's like the code gets really gross when you start doing all this template stuff. So this is actually a void function on the particle smoke. I mean, maybe this is fine. I don't know. How come it doesn't know what position is? And then this thing, takes index, so like release itself. Oh wow. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I've been doing GameMaker stuff. I used to do GameMaker stuff a lot back in the day. Nothing happened with it. I'm still working on it. I'm just taking a little bit of a mental break from that project at the moment, just because I was kind of grinding away at it for a few months. Yeah, it's actually F12. I know the hotkey. It's a convenient little one. Okay, so I guess we'll just forward declare our class, and then we'll actually implement the functions underneath. And then this will be kind of the API we use for this. Because unfortunately, the template instantiation needs the actual type in order to expand the template. And then, so what else? Update. So that calls update. This okay, the other annoying thing is now when I draw these, sorting them becomes more difficult. Unless I supply a sort function. Like I might have like a draw and a draw sorted or something. But like if I just grab this draw code, which is up here, this has to go in here now. Where am I? I mean, we can do it without the sorting first, I guess. Now we need to include... see, this gets really annoying. Use tree map. I think this is a waste of time. This is a waste of time. This is not very great code. The problem is, okay, so now if I move, because I'm using templates, I'm basically forced to write my templated code in the header file, right? Because that's how templates work in C++. There are ways you can do it in the source file, but then they can't cross translation units unless you like do explicitly know, like do the explicit template instantiation, which kind of defeats the point of doing templates at all if you're doing that. But now it's like in my draw code, I'm setting the camera projection matrix. So now my header file for particles needs to know about the camera's existence, which comes from a different header file or a different file. So now we have this weird dependency between header files. Do I have OnlyFans? No, I do not have OnlyFans. So I don't like this. I actually hate this. Maybe there's a clean way to do this though, because I kind of just want this to be like the data structure for this thing. And then maybe the init free update draw is just like the job of the particle itself, you know, if that makes any sense. I'm just thinking, is there a way I can solve this without having it too over-engineered? Because I kind of like this update thing. It's just when it comes to drawing, you actually have to do some complicated stuff where you... yeah, you can definitely get into game dev at 17. That's very young. Yeah, it's plenty of time to get into it. A lot of people don't even start programming until that age or older. I don't really have advice on getting a job. It's really tough to give advice on that because it depends entirely on the situation you come from. Like, it depends where you live, depends what your skills are, depends who's hiring. Okay, I am going to... You know what? I think I'm going to shelf the particle stuff for the moment. I'm not going to go ahead with this templated particle solution though, because I just don't think it's the right solution, and that's fine. I think it's more complicated than it has to be. The current particle code works. And I kind of want to work on more interesting stuff. Well, my mouse is like tweaking. I'm using, the question, am I using a rendering library? I'm using OpenGL and DirectX and Metal APIs directly. And then I've built an abstraction layer on top of those to allow me to like easily switch between them without changing any of my game code. So there are libraries like Raylib or SDL that kind of do that abstraction for you. And that's what I mean by I'm not using libraries, is I'm not using any of those existing solutions to the problem. Yeah, the FPS is capped. I don't know what it is uncapped. Yeah, uncapped I'm getting like 3,000. Okay, we'll do something else that's fun. We'll add the weapon flash and the kickback to the gun when we shoot, because that is essential. And I want to do the sound as well. So we need a nice weapon muzzle flash looking graphic. And I'm going to need to find one online. It's so hard to find PNGs. You misread it as C++. Is this a good muzzle flash effect? Sorry, I'm off screen right now. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. One second, let me find. Oh my gosh. Why is it so hard to just find PNGs of stuff? I think this is a good muzzle flash, but I can't tell if it's actually a PNG or if it's fake. Let's see. Oh, it's actually real. Wow. It's crazy. Bear with me while I get this muzzle flash texture loaded in. Okay, so you can make a terminal game like mine. Yeah. What C++ version am I using? I'm using C++ 20. And I don't remember what the reason was for that version in particular. I think I was using some like crazy initializer list syntax or something that 20 introduced, and I use it in like one place. I think that's the only reason I'm on 20. Otherwise, I can probably do everything I'm doing on C++ 11, I imagine, or 17 maybe. Okay, so we need another vertex buffer. Yeah, we'll just do. Sorry, I can make the text a little bigger before I forget. How do you spell muzzle? L-E, right? Muzzle? Is that correct? Muzzle? Yeah, that's right. Kind of a dumb question. We just need to write some vertices for these. Right end. so many things. It has to be facing the camera. So it'll be 0, negative 0.5, 0.5. And then the top right corner is positive y. Let's do plus. I guess normal faces the camera. I'm creating a manual vertex buffer right now. And what else did this want? I forget what else it needed. A UV. Okay. Is that a float v2? It should be able to run on low-end hardware. I don't see any reason it couldn't. The only limitation is it needs to be a 64-bit machine, because I don't support 32-bit hardware. Just because it makes some of my header code a little easier to maintain only doing 64-bit. Okay. So where do I draw the gun? Okay, it's kind of hard to see if this works, but this tiny quad down here on the right is what I just did. Why not Rust? I don't know, I just don't have much interest in Rust. Yeah, WebAssembly is definitely something I'm interested in trying out in the future. WebAssembly and WebGPU sounds like a really interesting project. Okay, so draw weapon, and we'll also have the draw muzzle flash. I should have this as, do I use scale? I don't use scale. Let's move this outside. And then a lot of this is kind of copied code, unfortunately. I'll clean this up in a bit, though. It's just debug stuff. If I turn this off, if I put if 0, it's just a quick way of hopping between having no gun animation. See, the gun's perfectly still now. Versus like having the animation running, which is convenient for just other stuff. And I just noticed this isn't even working correctly, which is fun. So one thing I need to do is I need to first translate this. Because I need to do a translation before I do any scaling and multiplication, or scaling and, well, actually, let me think. What's the order? Like, we put this at 0 and the scale to 1. Does this thing follow the gun? Let's see. Let's give this thing the correct texture while I'm at it. Where do I bind the texture? Let's get this thing back at that, just so we can see what we're working with, because I've messed up the vertex buffer as well. You can see this is what I'm going for, is the little muzzle flash thing. But clearly I've messed up my vertex positions or something, because I'm only getting part of it. Maybe these are supposed to be flipped. Oh no, that just didn't fix it. Isn't it like doom, 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 doom? Triangle strip quad order. This is the classic. Okay, so it's up, down. So I need to go top left. So this to down, and then over, and up, and over and down. Uh-oh. What's the question, Neil? I can answer to the best of my abilities. All right, let's see. Am I not using the right... Oh, I'm not using the right fan mode. Oops. Classic bugs, just hidden by... I mean, it's hard to tell if it's working. Let me turn off depth testing. Whoa. Maybe my order was right before. Let me just reset this to what it was. Or actually, I see what's happening. I need to flip these back around. Yeah, there we go. Nice. It doesn't seem to be respecting the rotation of the barrel very much, though. So the first thing I need to do is translate the... translate it to the correct position. Because right now I'm like translating at the end of this. I need to translate before I scale as well, I believe. Or I should scale first and then translate, maybe. So then we... So we like build translation. So we can set this back. We'll just like translate it forward as a test. There we go. Now it's actually following kind of the correct spot. It's still not lined up with the barrel necessarily. And maybe the scale is kind of weird. Obviously I need to turn depth testing back on. But if we put this at like 20, I think it looks a bit better. I'll need to fine tune these values though. Okay, we also want to rotate. So we have like a pre-translation and then like the gun translation. So I should separate these. So we have like a matrix, matrix particle perhaps equals matrix build identity. So we first, let's see. So we first scale. I guess I don't need to put these on separate lines. These can just be one line. I'm being overly verbose about this. So we multiply that by matrix particle. This is a long line, so let's like do that. And then the translation is afterwards. So this was like the 20. And then we start the weapon translation with that, I believe. Oops. Yeah, there we go. That should work. And then if we rotate before we scale around the x-axis, I think, build rotation x, and we just pick like, we'll rotate this by some random value for now. Why is it mad about this? Sea lion. I can turn depth testing back off, or back on rather. Dinosaurs. Did the one person ever ask their question? Did Neil ask his question? Yo, I got a question. And then he just left me hanging. All right. So now we need yet another variable in here. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We need another set of state on the weapon. So this is the position muzzle. So all of these need one of these. Where is it getting this? It's just not necessary. The question you asked about why not separate actual weapons into a header or a separate file. Maybe that's necessary later. I'm just getting like rough code in. Because like organization's kind of a thing I come back and do later. In the beginning, it's not too important. So weapon. I'm not sure why I'm using doubles for this either. It's kind of dumb. I don't need double precision for that. Actually, I guess this does make sense to split this up. And then I think I'm missing the translation. Whoa. All right, I'm not sure why that was so far off in the distance, actually. It should not be that far away. Interesting. Oh, I'm doing this here. That explains that portion. Let me just make sure I'm not doing something I shouldn't be doing. Yeah, there we go. Now if I go to one of these weapons, say the ACR, and I put this at 20, That didn't do anything. Interesting. Oh, did I get the right gun? Yeah, here we go. Now I just need to fine tune these values. So I have this little thing here. So this lets me move the muzzle position around. Let me make this faster though, because this is incredibly slow. Uh-oh. I guess it doesn't make much sense for the Oh, I should add the skybox as well. Am I using glue for GPU access? So I'm, yeah. Despite what the title says, I do use libraries obviously for graphics. So I use OpenGL and DirectX and Metal APIs. But I have my own abstraction layer built on top of those, so that my game code can just use any of the backends without me having to like rewrite a bunch of stuff. So the no libraries is like I'm not using any like mainstream. I'm not using like SDL or Raylib or anything for handling graphics and window creation and input and all the other various things you typically do in a game engine. It's a custom theme. The main change is I just made the background darker and I changed the font. No, I didn't take any inspiration from Doom actually. I'm just kind of winging it at the moment with this game. It's just for fun. Okay, so let me put this back over here. So like the sniper rifle, I just need to tune these values really quick. 0, it's -1, 0. This is how I just have these tables of like data. In theory, this should go. Oh, that didn't save. Well, actually, it probably did save. I just want to make sure that these values are actually doing something. Yeah, and that's did I go to school for game dev or not? I didn't go for game dev, but I did do computer science as my degree. And I got a job in the games industry after I graduated. So I had to focus on that as just like a personal goal. But I didn't learn anything from school specifically for game development. All of it's been either self-taught or like on-the-job type stuff. Okay, so let's get the rest of these tuned in. This is the super fun work of just going through and doing this. I'm gonna make a hotkey to copy this to my clipboard though. So like if I press keyboard, check, pressed, VK, C, I'm just going to copy this to my clipboard so I don't have to manually copy these from the screen. Yeah, so now as I go through the guns, let me just start from the very beginning, the RPG. I'm kind of just eyeballing this, to be honest. Here, let me get to the side so I can, oh, didn't mean to do that. I mean, that looks good enough. So if I press C, I think I should copy these values. And then I can paste. And then go to the next gun, which requires a little more finesse. Because all these guns have muzzles at different positions. Like you can see this one needs to go out a bit more, maybe down. Knowingly, I have two hotkeys bound to the same the same function. Let's see. Do I use OpenGL? Should I add a... What font am I using? Sorry, answer the question. It's called Iosevka. This is the font, Iosevka. I can spell that out. Iosevka. All right, where was I? Yeah, I do render the weapons separately on top. That's how I have it set up at the moment. Eventually I'm going to go through and actually do some more in-depth rendering stuff. Because right now I'm just very basic rendering, of course. But I want to have like lighting and more interesting effects going on. I don't know if I'll get to that today though. I'm just kind of doing some gun stuff at the moment. I already have this one. Oops. The RPG doesn't make much sense because it's not really going to have a muzzle flash. But we'll just put one in there for now. Okay, I can comment. I'm not using AI for this, I think is your question. Yeah, so now all the guns have their barrel flash, muzzle flash at the right spot. I stream mostly on Sundays, so basically today. I missed last week because my internet was out all day. But yeah, I try to stream on Sundays. It's like the only day I have fully free to do stuff. So, all right. Now the question is, how do I make the muzzle flash actually look satisfying? I think I'm going to make a special shader just for the muzzle flash as well. Because right now, like shader, muzzle flash, because I don't need the normal. I don't need the normal. I don't need position twice. I don't need these uniforms as well. Like, why was there an offset Z in here? It's weird. I don't need this. All right. Why do you force yourself to use C++? I actually like C++, so it's not, I'm not forced. C++ is isn't too bad. It has some quirks. C++ definitely has its own little quirks, but I think you can make the language not too bad. And yeah, the header files, the HPP, is just header plus plus basically. Is there any questions I missed? How long has the stream taken so far? How long has this taken? Yeah, this, I've been working on the game for like a week, and I've been working on the engine for about 2 years, on and off. Because I guess, like I said a few times, I'm doing the engine for fun. It's just a hobby project of mine, and I've just only recently started streaming it. And since it's been a while, I'll show the other game I've been working on. So this is a different game that I'm actually taking this one a bit more seriously. So this is well, let me close this out actually. We don't need multi-launcher on. So this is a 2D game I'm working on in the engine as well. And this is basically a Terraria clone. I don't know where the world went. But this is my Terraria clone thing. So it's like a 2D open world sandbox. And this is a project I'm taking a bit more seriously. It's pretty early on still as well, but I have some nice stuff like procedural clouds and the fluid simulation and like the world stuff. Is that meta balls? Yeah, so this is a game I'm working on. It's taking its time, and I did streams of this one a few weeks ago while I was working on this. I'm taking a bit of a brain break because I was kind of grinding out. I've been grinding out the water simulation stuff and the multiplayer, and it was just mentally taxing. So I'm taking a bit of a break and I'm making a little first-person shooter. I'm only thinking about Steam at the moment. There's like lighting as well. There's not much game to this yet, I should say. It's still very early days, but I'm working on all the fundamental like engine stuff. So yeah, this is it's a bit of a heavier project. And this is kind of a proof to anyone joining that like the engine is a capable engine. This also has multiplayer as well, so I'm pretty proud of this because this was yeah, so the game has multiplayer too. I need to add this debug flag though, because the multiplayer relies on this at the moment. But you can see like, let's just do dual screen here. I don't know where the other guy went. I think I lost connection. For some reason, my other guy is not showing up. But the water simulation syncs over the network, which is was a really tough problem to solve. So yeah. Like if we go over here and then open up this cave. Oh, it didn't work. I think I lost connection actually. Something weird's happening. I don't know. The multiplayer is a bit busted. You do a live demo and it breaks, of course. How did I do the multiplayer? I would be scared of exposing vulnerabilities. Yeah, the main thing is you have to sandbox it. So it's not like I let the network just blindly manipulate any of the data buffers or anything. It all goes through like the packet streams. So there's like a TCP layer and a UDP layer. Oh no, my stream's cutting out, I think. I just lost some frames. Here, let me do a speed test. My internet is no, I didn't do this game in 3 days. Let me make sure my network's not dying. It likes to do this sometimes. It could be that I was just doing multiplayer as well. Maybe it's the multiplayer demo that killed my upload speeds. My speeds they're hurting a little bit. We'll see. We'll see if it stabilizes. Okay, cool. Last week my stream cut out because of internet, so I'm a bit paranoid. Yeah. Cool. Sweet. Good to hear. So yeah, now I'm making Call of Duty as a little side project. I'm making Counter-Strike mixed with Call of Duty, mixed with like, I don't know, Call of Duty 1. Yeah. I'm unsure what to work on in this very moment though. Okay, we just got so we just wrote a shader for the muzzle flash, which is cool because now I can go in here and basically like amplify this. Like now the muzzle flash is really intense. Maybe 1.5 is too much of a multiplier. Yeah, there is sound. I don't know if you heard in the other project. Maybe it was too quiet. Let me just do one launcher. I'm like paranoid about my upload. I don't know if you could hear maybe through the stream, but like the water has sound. Maybe it's not coming through, I'm not sure. Could be a bit quiet. So like the engine can do sound, and like I can play the music through it as well. So I have like the game soundtrack that's playing. If I go underwater, it gets kind of muted. I don't know why the Twitch stream never gets affected. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, I would love to. Yeah, fungus Lars. I have my own shader language. So I'm actually doing something similar to you, I think. Perhaps, I'm not sure. But I have my own shader language that I just call like shader.shader file. So I have my own kind of syntax going on here. And then at build time, I take this shader language and I transpile it. I translate it to the backend shader languages. So this is the shader for the muzzle flash, right? Oh, wrong game. So this is the shader that's handling the color for this, the flash. So this is like my own language. But if I go to the output folder in my build, which I'm in here, I'm currently running DirectX down here at the bottom. So I think it did get affected when I was showcasing multiplayer. So I think it might be like I've overwhelmed my router or something. But yeah, here's the generated HLSL shader from my language. And what's cool is like I can just edit this. Like maybe I make this red. So like multiply it by a red value. And I just rebuild. So now it's a red. If I go back to this generated shader, you can see where that was applied. If I can find it. Wrong shader. Here we go. So it like multiplied that red here. And then I can switch to like OpenGL, which uses GLSL, and I just rebuild. The build system detected that I had switched graphics APIs, so it did like a fresh build of all my assets. So now I have, you know, in the generated shaders code, I have the GLSL version. And then I also have the same for Metal, because Metal has its own shader language. But also from the shader compiler, from the shader language, I generate other stuff for my graphics API layer. So I generate, I extract like the vertex formats from the shader code itself. So like in the shader, I defined this vertex format, which is like the, you know, the layout of my vertex buffer. And just directly from the shader code, it generated these like utility headers, basically, which supply me a struct that is perfectly aligned with the vertex format expectations, like on the GPU. And it does the same for like uniform buffers and like constant buffers and all of that, which is really convenient. And like, here's like a good demonstration of how convenient this is. So like I can just create a uniform buffer here in the shader code for the muzzle. So we'll like just do this live. So we have like uniforms muzzle. And I can take in a color, right? So like here's my uniforms that I want to have access to. And the way my language is designed is I pass uniforms in as like function parameters to the main function. So like I have to pass it here. And then I can access this. And if I build, we're going to expect to not, what happened? Uh-oh. Oh, the game's running. My bad. Let me close the game. And let's try building again. Here we go. So I expect to not see the muzzle because I'm using a uniform buffer that has no data being written to it. So it's like the color is zeroed. But if I go into like my main weapons code here, before I draw it, I can just do like GFX uniforms or GFX uniform buffer, uniforms muzzle. So now I have access to this structure here on the GPU or on the CPU. I can set the color to like a float 4. And then I can just upload this thing. So now it's red again. And the cool thing is I can like drive this through like development variables, I call them. So like I can go up here in static scope and like have a color. I think I need to include the header for this. Oops. See, now it's black. I can like muzzle color here. I have access to this now through like my little terminal thing. So I just have like easy access to all of my GPU state. So it's all driven through the shader language though, which is really neat. And this is just a simple example, but I have like other examples of more complicated things. Like I have this globe demo that I wrote a while ago, which is all black for some reason. Maybe I messed it up. Let's try this one. Here we go. So like here's like a globe renderer that has kind of more complicated shaders going on. So there's like actual volumetrics for the clouds. It's probably hard to see because of the angle of the camera. But like the edge of the clouds actually has some depth to it. And I can just easily switch between graphics APIs. So now I'm in OpenGL. So it's a powerful tool because it makes my life just so much easier when I'm developing stuff in the engine. And I'm actually going to keep this uniformed because I actually want to use the color parameter. So this was actually a good thing. So I was going to do that next, but that speedlines the process for me. Are these tools released publicly? I have all the source code in the description. So you can download the whole engine and build it if you want to. And it's all just there if you want it. Do whatever you want with it, I guess. Why program, not the OS? That's a good question. Yeah. So yeah, that's how that all works. It's an interesting system. Anyway, back to the muzzle flash. We need some sort of concept of a muzzle flash thing. I don't know. Where should I put this? Where did I learn graphics programming? I just learned it from on the job mainly and personal projects. Do you want to use it for your CV? Nice. Yeah. All right, so we have, I don't know, just a float. So I guess as I shoot, I'm just going to make the muzzle flash. Increase, and then I'm just kind of winging this at the moment. Where did I stop going lower level and why? I guess personally, I'm not too interested in the operating level layer of things. So like people do meme about create your own OS. Honestly, OS development doesn't interest me, so like I have no interest in going lower than that. And then like, I don't know, at some point you kind of just do want to like make progress. So I don't know. Oops, I didn't actually mean to get rid of this fully. Yeah, now as I shoot it, like, kind of flashes. It looks pretty bad. Are those separate degrees? What, if you don't mind me asking, what did you study? I just did a computer science degree, like a pretty bog standard CS degree. And you know, I think the CS degree is useful for learning like the theory of computer science. And I did have some interesting classes. For like game development stuff specifically though, I didn't find it very directly useful, I think. But it depends where you're starting from too. So like I had already been programming for a while before I went to college. So I didn't like learn programming while I was there. I just kind of learned, you know, the formal sort of terminology for theory things that I had been exposed to. I just didn't know formally, you know, what these things are named. So yeah, I guess like a lot of the engine stuff that I'm doing now was just like self-taught, just through developing engines over time. It's actually getting cold in my room. I'm like starting to shiver. I might have to turn my little heater on, but I don't want to make too much noise. Let me know if you guys can hear this on the stream, actually. You might hear like a bit of a fan going in the background. The problem is so it depends what country you live in, you know, what the school is and what the curriculum is. So like my CS degree was at a state school in the United States. So it was a 4-year degree, and over half, it's like 2/3 of my degree requirements aren't even computer science related directly. It's like you need to take all these classes in, you know, language and social sciences and all this stuff, which is useful to know if you like want to be a well-rounded human or something. And I think there is value in learning that stuff, just as like being a human that knows stuff. But like if your goal is to learn computer science and like programming, it's a very inefficient way of getting that done. And when I got my first job, was I nervous about my skill in comparison to my peers? I guess, yeah, obviously. But the thing is, like, I got hired during the COVID era. So, it was like everything was kind of virtual anyway. So like I didn't even see my peers that much when I was getting hired. And I was kind of like the only person in my, I guess, friend group, social group that was doing game development stuff. So like I wasn't really really exposed to the competition, I suppose. Which may have helped me because then I don't know. I just didn't know what I didn't know. So maybe it worked well. I don't know. Why am I using Clang and not GCC? I have GCC support. So like I can compile with GCC right here. I support the 3 main C++ compilers. All right, let's get this muzzle flash a little less, I don't know. Maybe I want a random rotation for this and scale as well. And then as I fire the weapon, it'll just kind of randomly pick a value between, I don't know, 0.9 and like 1.4. Just pulling numbers out of a hat. I have no idea. GCC is a lot slower for me, actually. Like we can benchmark this right now. If I just clean compile with GCC, how long is this going to take? So that build took me 3.66 seconds, and I'll build it twice just so we have the compiler hot in cache for a fair comparison. Yeah, so like 3.6 seconds here to build with GCC. If I jump to Clang and I just do the same experiment, it took me 1.29 seconds. And the compiler flags are the same. And this was a release build too, so I'm using optimizations. So Clang is about roughly 3 times faster. I used to use, did I use any engine before? I used to use GameMaker all the time as my engine. But I never did Unreal or Unity. I kind of skipped that phase and I just went into my own. Yeah, MSVC is supported as well, and it's also super slow. So we can do MSVC just for the fair trio here. That actually wasn't too bad. 1.3 for MSVC. Sometimes MSVC is really slow. Maybe it's when I use DirectX 11. The DirectX headers are kind of big. Yeah, MSVC is pretty fast, I guess. Okay, let me get the random rotation thing in. So we'll go from 0 to 2 times pi. I don't have any proper animation support in this yet. What degrees? Okay, so let's get these plumbed through. Maybe I could say I'm kind of vibe coding this. I'm vibe coding this as I'm not caring about being super proper about my organization, which is a fun way of saying I'm being lazy at the moment. Okay, so we have this random muzzle flash rotation thing. So this is actually rotation, and then multiply by scale here. And then we can delete that. And currently it fires every single time, like every frame I'm clicking the mouse. It's day 3 of this game, by the way. Not day 3 of the game engine entirely. So this is just one game I'm working on. I'm just kind of throwing stuff together at the moment. The engine has been in development for about 3 years, or 2 years. And thanks, yeah, my VS Code has a custom theme. All right, let me see. Let's add a little bit of a timer to where I fire weapons. So like I can only fire at some interval rate. So I have this class I call a ticker, which basically only lets you do something every set time interval. So maybe we can let the gun fire every 100 milliseconds or something. There we go. I am 27. Now it's time to add recoil. Yeah, I know. And sound. All right, I'm going to step away for like a minute, 1 second. I need to use the bathroom. I've been going for a while here. So bear with me. I'll have the game. I'll just keep the game running for fun. But I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I'm kind of munching on something as well. I need to eat. Am I planning to switch to Linux? I have Linux. I'm probably not going to switch. I don't know if you're asking me that or if you're asking someone else. I have a Linux computer that I run for testing. And I can access it through a remote desktop tool just for the stream. So this is the Linux computer. I have Debian installed with GNOME, I think is my desktop. And the engine builds and runs on Linux just fine natively. So this is running on Linux. I don't use Linux as my daily driver operating system. GNOME. Oh, is it GNOME? Not GNOME. Is that Rustest? Yeah, it is. I just use it for, it's easy to do a little remote desktop. I use Windows as my daily driver operating system, just because that's what I've been using for like my entire life. So I don't know. But the way that Windows 11 is going is kind of a pain in the, kind of annoying. So maybe I'll switch that. Yeah, I'll rewrite my engine in Rust. Okay, let's do knockback. Okay, I want to do 2 more things tonight before I leave. I have a few more hours in me, I think. Even though I've been going for almost 6 already. So I want to do sound, and I want to do some of the weapon motion stuff. And yes, I do have multiplayer, but it's pretty much non-existent other than the fact that you can connect to each other. So here's a little demonstration that like, here it is. Very basic. Can we get your VS Code theme? It's hard to give the theme because it's like it's not just one theme. It's just random settings I've tweaked over time. So like I can send you my settings file maybe at some point, but like the main thing, maybe if you want to pause. So this is my background in like editor color. So you paste this into your settings.json. I think there's another one in here somewhere. Maybe this one. I don't know. If you just want to like screen cap this and go through and mess with it, be my guest. Yeah. Okay, so I want to do sound and I want to do the weapon sort of physics. What specific insights or skills to building without libraries provide that justify the time investment? So nothing justifies the time investment if you care about making a game quickly, because it's kind of an idiotic thing to do. I'm just in it for the fun and like the learning aspect. So I find it worthwhile because I'm getting better at programming just by doing this. So that's the reasoning there. That's my justification. I don't really advise people to do this just because it does take a lot of time. But if you're serious about like learning how games work and how low-level programming works on just like the modern operating systems, I think it's a good exercise to do. So that's my that's my thought on that. Okay, so what do I want to do first? Do I want to do sound, or do I want to do the weapon, like momentum type stuff? I kind of want to do sound, but also knockback is like part of that. There's so much to do, and I have to clean up a lot of this code. And yeah, I do know Handmade Hero. Yeah, if you want to message me on Discord what the error is, because there's a few things that could be wrong. Yeah, I'll do the momentum first, and then I'll do the feel. So, I need, let me think. Because basically, what I have, so the gun here is in the bottom left corner, or bottom right corner. And like it kind of wiggles around, you know, to sort of simulate, you know, somebody holding a gun. But I can control like the pitch and the yaw and stuff of the gun. So if I go to wherever this is in the draw function here, like I can add roll to the gun. So I can add like 15 degrees of roll. And like this kind of this kind of stuff is like, you can imagine if you're walking to the right, you would get like, the gun would kind of tilt to the right, and then it tilt to the left as if your body's leaning into the walk, you know? So I guess I can simulate that. That could be fun. I kind of like having the gun tilted, like at like 30 degrees. Because then you get kind of this fun, like, sideways shooting. But then I want to add sound as well, because it kind of isn't the same when you don't have gun sounds. Unk making Counter-Strike. Yes. Yeah, it's a PvP game, is going to be the idea. I'm kind of, what I'm inspired by is like the old school, like arena shooters, they're called. So like if you think of like Quake, or like Counter-Strike, or the early Call of Duty games where you have like a small map and you just kind of run around somewhat chaotically. That's the kind of game I want to make. And then my idea is I'm going to put this as like the demo project on the public repository for the project. So when people clone the repository, they can just play this game as like a demonstration that the game can do kind of all the major things a game engine can do. So like rendering, multiplayer, sound, graphics, I don't know. Okay, so we need some extra stuff. So we need the concept of, I guess, I don't know, a player. Or the camera needs velocity maybe. Add microtransactions. I mean, I think the multiplayer code's fine. It's a work in progress, though. Okay, so I'm going to draw some stuff on the screen for debug, but to get the gun to tilt as we move around, we need some additional state. I had a duck that quacks when you click. Yeah, land works. Like I can demonstrate. You can't like kill each other yet in the thing, but like I can set up 2 screens here. This guy's the host. This guy's the client. You can see like this guy over here is this screen as I rotate around, you know. It works great. And it works on other computers as well. So like in theory, I could connect from my Linux computer. And it should work. I don't know. Maybe it won't work right now when I try, but we can see what happens. Let's see. Let's get 2 clients running. Host, connect. This probably won't work because of like firewall settings or something, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, it didn't work. Interesting. It just immediately failed. I wonder what happened. It's probably like some firewall thing. I don't need donations. Okay. Yeah, what's happening? Failed to initialize client. Yeah, so it's not connecting. I must have some weird firewall thing on my Linux at the moment. I'm not going to worry about it. But it does, yeah, it does work. All right, let's see. So we need some state. We need a concept of velocity for the camera. Now, ideally, this would be through the player system. But for now, I'm going to put this in the camera, and then I'll move it later. To do move to player controller or something. I think I have it on like the Minecraft default port, actually. 25565, I think, is the one it uses. Is it using eNet or just sockets? Yeah, it's just using sockets. And then, so it uses TCP for like the kind of the global, like the critical state type stuff. So I have a TCP socket, and then for positions, I use a UDP socket, I guess, or a stream. I don't know what you call the lingo. So we will have a velocity vector. And we will have a, I don't know, maybe velocity is all we need. We'll just do velocity for now. So instead of doing this, what is V sideways? Oh, this is a XY. So we set the velocity to this. Yeah, it has both the TCP and the UDP layer in the engine. Age. I can show that briefly. So like all the network code is in, so like I have a network module in the engine level, wherever it is. So I basically have a network socket class, which is like an abstract representation of creating a socket. I have a TCP connection thing. So then, yeah, I have a TCP server and a TCP client class, which like handles a TCP connection. And then I have a UDP socket and the equivalent UDP server, UDP client. Now, now UDPs don't really have connections necessarily because a UDP stream is connectionless. It just like shoots packets. So my engine has its own protocol for handling UDP, like handshake. So it does that at like when you connect, it does a little handshake and associates a UDP connection with a TCP connection. So that's all like abstracted away already. I've written that code prior to the streams. Directional diving. But anyway, yeah, so I need to do velocity here. So velocity I guess, let's see. I'm doing velocity in a weird way, actually. With bunny hopping. The font is called Iosevka. Iosevka. Okay, I'm just thinking about how I want to do velocity. I don't have like player collisions in yet, so I can't actually run around on the ground. But I want to simulate like running around. I don't think I'll get to the player collisions today though, because that's its own can of worms is doing player collision. I'm just thinking, so like I have a velocity, but I need to set velocity based on various things. So I think it's like this plus this. Excuse me. And then y. Where do I set the Z position? We'll have some velocity dampening as well, just for like some friction. We'll set that beneath this. Okay, I think this is using velocity. Oh, yeah, definitely. My vertical velocity is very touchy for some reason. What's happening? Oh, this should be... Why is vertical so much faster? Oh, it's because I'm not delta timing this. That makes sense. We'll just make this very slidey, just for... Yeah. I don't know why I'm doing the delta time within, within this. Because it's kind of dumb. This should be just like one big... Well, actually, this shouldn't even do delta time. This should just be like this. I guess, how do I decay that with delta time? That gets complicated. I won't worry about that too much for now. And all of these are by delta. You can just install the Clang compiler and like the GCC as a you can install it on Windows and then you just have to add it to your system path. So like I think I have them installed. I think LLVM might have like a compiler dedicated to it. I don't remember if this is GCC or LLVM. Yeah, here's GCC. For GCC, you can download the Mingy64 or whatever. And I just put this in like my C directory up here. And then in your path, environment, you have to like add it to here if you want to be able to like access it through the terminal. Which I don't know why I can't edit this right now. Who knows what's going on? I don't know what's happening. But you add it to your path, basically. Yes, I'm 27. Okay, so now we have velocity. I want to visualize the magnitude of the velocity. And this should have been really slidey. I'm not sure why it's not slidey. I guess it's not, it's setting, it's not adding, so I should do that. Maybe I have like a clamp on how high the velocity can get or something, I don't know. Yeah, here we go. We have like some really slidey movement. Ah. It's like if any of you guys have played like the old Call of Duties when people would have the hack where it makes you all slidey. Kind of reminds me of that. I'm just like messing with the values. I don't know. I'm just like fine tuning these. Yeah, good enough. How do I add those shortcuts in below the build and run? So that's a custom VS Code extension I wrote. Because you can write your own VS Code extensions, and like I have the source for it in the repository. So it's like just it's basically a JavaScript program, and it just like creates these widgets and stuff. And all these widgets do is they just interface with my build tool, my build pipeline, as like a convenience thing. So like I can like clean the repository, build and run. I can jump between projects easily. So like here's the current project. I can jump to like the other project, and now it compiles that code instead. Get the water in here for fun. And all that actually is it's just like it's generating terminal commands. So if I navigate to the engine and just enter a terminal here, I can drive all of this straight through the terminal. So I have this boot script, I call it. It's just boot. Maybe I should call it like build or run or something, but I just call it boot. And I can just pass the project name. So the project I just ran was called Vitality. So this like initiates the build and compile for the game, and then it runs it, right? So I can build it all independently from VS Code, right? All I have to do is send this command to the build script. And like I can change the graphics to use like OpenGL instead of DirectX. And it'll recompile. And now it's using the OpenGL header. I can make it run RenderDoc, which is kind of fun. So now it's attached with RenderDoc, so I can like take a capture and exit. And it'll open RenderDoc automatically, and that's like all tied in. There's a lot of settings, like through here I can change, what tool chain am I compiling with? Equals LLVM, so like we'll use Clang instead. And then like I could switch, let's use GCC or GNU rather, my bad. So it's like all driven through the command line. And long story short is that this plugin, all it does is just fire commands to the terminal. And then that drives the engine. And that makes VS Code kind of act like an IDE for me. Which is really convenient. And then like the extension also handles like ClangD for IntelliSense. So like that's what's like giving me the syntax highlighting and stuff, is it's doing ClangD. And ClangD is a extension. Extensions, where are they? So this is like basically running the LLVM compiler on your code base. And yeah, I can do breakpoints and stuff as well. Like if I just put a breakpoint here, I can debug through VS Code if I want to. It didn't attach the debugger for some reason. Or maybe I'm not hitting the breakpoint. Okay, for some reason, oh, it's because I'm running the multi-launcher. That's why. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, I guess the Visual Studio, the Visual Studio code debugger is not working in this very instance. But yeah, I can run debugger with like MSVC or Visual Studio, like the official Visual Studio if I wanted to. Or like the RAD debugger is also nice to use. All right, so we have velocity. In the main function, I'm just going to draw some stuff because I want to. So I just added velocity to the camera. So now we can use that as basically an input to our weapon momentum system. So let's see. Well, actually, I'll do this in the weapon for now. I'm just going to do some rough, just like weapon pitch type code. Because what we want to change is, or I guess roll code. So we want like momentum. Am I spelling momentum? Momentum. Is that how you spell momentum? Yeah, momentum. I'm having that weird thing where like the word doesn't look correct to me. Momentum roll. Yeah, it's not a dumb question, the compiler one. So the reason I use the three compilers, well, there's two reasons. One is that like on Windows, I like to use MSVC because it's kind of like the Windows official C compiler. On Linux, of course, you don't have access to MSVC, so like I have to use LLVM or Clang, or Clang or GCC. And like on Mac, I think you're basically forced to use Clang as like the only official compiler. So I guess the question is, why don't I just use Clang everywhere? And the second reason for why is each compiler kind of acts a little differently on how it implements like the C standard and like undefined behavior type stuff and the kind of warnings they throw. So I like to have the ability to build against all three because sometimes I'll do something stupid that, you know, MSVC will just allow me to do, but like Clang or GCC would be more strict about. So being able to run all three, I can like just run my code as a sanity check through the three of them. And if I don't see warnings on any of them and my code behaves identically on all of them, like I just know that my C++ code is probably pretty sound, I guess. So I like just like the peace of mind of being able to run all three. And then like, yeah, for optimization as well, like each compiler optimizes differently. So like being able to just test the three and do profiling and then see which one's faster is just a useful thing to have. And yeah, that's why I do it, I guess. Okay, so momentum, we basically want when we move perpendicular to our forward direction, that's when we want the gun to roll, I guess, is when we're moving, I guess the fancy word is orthogonal to the view direction. So, and if I move to the right, I guess you want the gun to roll to the right. I don't know, we'll see what feels better. So we need to get some vectors for those. It's actually like really cold in this room. I'm like shivering. I have a little heater going, but it's not helping. All right, let's see. So we have the forward vector from the camera. I'm actually going to make a new vector though. So I'm going to say like camera forward equals. So we'll start at 0 and then we'll rotate this thing by the camera's yaw. And then the velocity direction, I guess, is just the XY component of let's see. I guess it's just the camera.velocity dot xy. And that's a double for some reason. I still don't know why I'm doing doubles. All right, so then with these two vectors, and I guess I'll normalize this just to make sure it's within the range of whatever. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. What are my device specs? I don't even know. How do I pull that up? I thought you'd get a more detailed breakdown of your specs in the hardware monitor. Yeah, here's my CPU. I have this one. I have 64 gigs of RAM, and I have a 3080 graphics card. Yes, it's a custom engine. Okay, so we can take the dot of these. So I guess the first thing I'm just going to do like a naive momentum sway is what I'll call this. So this will just be the dot product of this dot that, which I think should return me a value between -1 and 1. Because these are normalized. I might have it flipped though. I'm not applying this, of course. Okay, so I have it backwards. Interesting. Maybe I have to do the inverse of this. That didn't do anything. I had it right the first time. Oh, no, I didn't do that. Wait, I forget. Does the dot product, it increases towards 1 as they become more aligned. So I guess to get it the inverse, I need to do that. Or I guess I really want the magnitude, but I also want the direction too. So -1 minus, so that'll be like between 1 and 2. Let me think. Run dx diag cmd. What am I running? Do I want to run this? I don't really want to run this right now. I should be careful running random commands. I guess I should safeguard. What is happening? Wow, this is crazy. All right. Let me think. The build time is insanely fast. Yeah. I've prioritized the build times in the engine, so yeah, I pushed it as far as I could. Let me think about the math here. So I have a... So this gets me a dot product. Let's safeguard this. Let's see. These can be constant. And we'll have like a float velocity magnitude. Okay, spelled it right. So we'll only do this if we're at a certain magnitude. Or I guess we can just multiply it by that. Oops. Or no. What do I want to do? What's the engine's handedness? Yeah, that's a good question. Because there's one thing that no one can agree on, and it's the coordinate handedness of an engine. So my engine is my forward vector is plus x. My right vector is plus y, and my up vector is plus z. And the reasoning for y is just because that's what I'm used to after developing for like 15 years using coordinate systems. I've just always done plus x plus y plus z. What is even going on? That's a great question. What is happening? Who knows? I'm writing weapon sway code. But I have it backwards right now. Because you can see if I go backwards, it shifts that way. If I go forward, it goes that way. And then right and left, it's it should be the other direction. So the dot product isn't what I need. I need something else. I guess what I need is to actually rotate this by 90 degrees. So yeah, there we go. So as we become more aligned, I think it's the other direction though. We maybe go negative 90. Yes, the game runs on Linux. It already works on Linux. It's a top-down texture rendering. It's just like an orthogonal projection from... whoa, what's happening with the... I guess when I'm not moving, it's still trying to rotate my velocity, like my vector. So I really should limit this based on like, I don't know, by this. What is happening? That's funny. Okay, let's see. I guess this can just be a float, or here, we can do this. We can do a little ternary expression. Nice. I mean, I kind of like that. It's kind of cool. Now we just need to add the momentum, the magnitude to this. I don't know why it's so wiggly. Is it because it's like trying to go negative? I don't know what's going on. It's like rotating so far it's flipping around or something. What is this value? Oh, I don't have a console. Let me get the console back. All right, I forgot I turned this off. We need to be in debug build. Oh wow, my velocity is crazy. I guess that thing should be delta timed, maybe. Or like, maybe not delta timed. Sway magnitude, I'll call this. I'm just doing magic numbers. We're just getting something on the screen. Yeah, it's a bit better. As I go faster, it like is a bit more intense. But maybe it should be yeah, it's not quaternions. Maybe I should have a limit to how far this goes. Maybe it should be like an exponential curve rather than like a linear one. So it's like as you get faster, it doesn't just exponentially get more intense. Yeah, we'll just like do this and then we'll clamp it between 0 and like 20. We'll do like 0 and 45 degrees. I don't know. It's mostly self-taught. I did work at a AAA game studio for a bit as well, as like an engine programmer. So I was like, I was in the bigwigs for about 3 years, but I don't work there anymore because I switched jobs. But I was doing game development stuff for a long time before that. So like, I don't know, a lot of stuff I learned was like prior to starting, but I learned a lot of the engine stuff when I was there. Now we need some like camera angular momentum. So if I, yeah. What do I do for a living now? I do graphics programming is like my job. Like my title is like graphics software engineer, which is just like a fancy way of saying I do software engineering, but on graphics related stuff. And I work for a company that's like, it's not in the games industry, but it works on similar stuff, I guess. So I work on like 3D mapping software currently at my job, doing kind of similar stuff to what I'm doing here, actually. It's just not in games. All right, let's see. I really want to clean up a lot of this code. This code is pretty hideous. We need a concept of like the weapon state, maybe. So we need like a struct that's like weapon state, just so we can have these things kind of compartmentalized a little bit, or organized a bit better. So like the weapon state, it has like our final state of the gun is its roll. So it's like it has a pitch, it has a yaw, right? But then this is like I don't know. There's multiple things that constitute the final result for these values, right? And one of them is like your character momentum will change this. Another one will be knockback. Another one will be, I don't know, gravity or something. Is it better to learn Unity or JavaScript? I don't know. It's really up to you. I am biased towards game development because I find it fun. So I don't know. It's what I prefer. So if I were to give you advice, it would be to do the same thing. But I don't know. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of how I want to organize all this. So let's just do like... Let's just throw some stuff here. Yeah, recoil would be another one. And really, which is better to start? Do I think AI will cause a lot of developers to lose their jobs? I honestly don't know. In my experience, AI is kind of bad at writing code. Like, in the beginning of the stream, I was trying to get AI to help me write some matrix math stuff. And it didn't work at all. And it's like kind of basic code. Like, that's something you would expect it to know how to do, is like basic math type things. Not even that it like has to do the math. It just has to know the algorithm to do the math. And it couldn't even do that. So it's like, and I see this all the time where it's like I'll experiment with using AI to write me code. And then I find I have to change it all like anyway for it to actually work. So I don't know. Will it replace code? Maybe. Or will it replace people? Maybe. It depends if it gets better. Like, if it keeps getting, like, exponentially better, then I guess the answer is probably yes. If it plateaus, then I think the answer is it removes some jobs, but it doesn't remove, like, all jobs. Like, most jobs stay the same. So, yeah, that's kind of my take on that. I don't know. I can't predict the future, though, so... All right. Yeah. Like, I would lie if I said AI isn't useful, because I use it frequently for like if I'm adding a new thing to the engine and I need to look up like how does the X11 API work on Linux for creating like getting the mouse velocity or something. Like I just did this recently. It's like I don't know off the top of my head how X11 window API does mouse velocity, right? Like I just don't know that. It's just some random obscure thing about the API. So like I can ask like ChatGPT, you know, how do I get the mouse velocity on X windows? And, you know, it gives me like good starting code to like, you know, pull the correct event code or whatever and like get the stuff. But like it can't do anything in my experience. That's kind of where like the limit is in its usefulness. Because if I try to actually have it like do complicated code, it just fails all the time. And I spend more time maintaining the code and like fixing it than I would just like by writing it myself. Will I have a repo for this? Yeah, the repo for the engine is in the description. This game isn't in there yet, but it will be once I get a little further along. Oh yeah, the other thing that controls the gun position is this the proximity to the wall, which is kind of cool. Okay, let's see. So I have a lot of dirty code in here. I want to clean this up. So I'll actually comment some of this stuff too now. So like, Um, and we weren't freeing this, so we had a memory leak technically. Index buffer. We also weren't freeing this. Okay, so do that. Sorry, I can zoom in. I always forget to zoom in. Evil Tokyo's flip. Divine FPS without libraries. Okay, the no libraries thing is partial clickbait because obviously I'm using like OpenGL and stuff. I don't know how else to put it as a punchy title though without the no libraries thing. It's like, I don't know. Both. I do both compilers. If I had to prefer one over the other, I would go GCC. But if I had to prefer one over the three, I would go Clang. Okay. What else? I'm saying a lot because I'm hesitating to do stuff. So I want to do like weapon. Well, I guess I can just do it here. So this roll pitch yaw thing needs to be changed to the state. So like anywhere I reference these. State. It doesn't know what state is here. Oh, because I'm shadowing, of course. Why am I even getting the state, actually? I'm not doing anything with this. I need to put no libraries, comma, OpenGL, comma, DirectX, comma, Metal, comma, Vulkan, parentheses, WIP. That's what I'll do. I'll get all the views. I'll go viral. Okay. So now we have some other stuff. So we have like the sway. I don't even know how to call this, like roll sway. So we have like sway is, I'm gonna call the sway is the horizontal roll. Roll sway, here we go. And then we'll have roll sway 2 because we're going to interpolate the sway so it's kind of smooth. So we'll have a current and a 2. And then we'll do the same for the, maybe I'll call this sway roll. Just so I know. Oops. And then also have like you know, I didn't even fully clickbait because I could also include the no STL as well, which is is another easy way to get people in, is to say no STL. All right, let's see. What would it be called when you get like too close to a wall and you bring your gun in? Like I need variable names. I'm horrible at variable names. So like this effect when you get so close to the wall that the gun comes in, you know? That's kind of like a visual thing. What is this called? Like brace? I'm bracing? I don't know. Occlusion? Yeah. Because this is another factor, cowering. I like occlusion. I think I'm gonna call it brace though. So this is like brace yaw, because this yaws the gun in towards you. So yaw is just like the direction. And then I guess I'll keep those for now. I will want like recoil as well. Let's see, what else? Or like avoidance, yeah. Wall brace. I'm just gonna call it brace just for like, for brevity, so it's shorter. All right. So where do I do that code? I forget. It's like in here somewhere. Yeah, so like, so in my update function, I'll just have like all this state kind of managed in its own little scope thing. I'll do these empty, or these like their own scope. So we hit the wall vector and then basically we set the state dot brace yaw2 is equal to, you know, some value in here. It should be floats. We'll just lerp towards this. I'm just lerping for everything because it's easy to interpolate stuff. And then wherever I use this wall brace, this will be like that. We'll slowly get closer to maybe some neat code. I'm not sure. Now it's a little slow. The idea with the interpolation is it kind of like smooths it out, but it needs to be a bit more snappy than this. So I think we just increase this number till it feels snappy. Yeah, who wants a clean code? Like, it's kind of cool, actually. It's not snappy enough, though. So we need maybe just keep bumping this up till it feels snappy. Snappy, but smooth. That feels pretty good. Is it lagging? Am I dropping frames again? Oh, no. Here, let's wait it out. Wait it out. Every so often, my internet kind of kills itself. I think I need to sit still and let my internet recover. Is it dead? It says I'm not dropping frames anymore, but I'm not sure. I'm not watching. Is it back? I think it might be dead. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Here, I'm just gonna, just bear with me. Bear with me. I don't know what's happening. I think it's still going. It's just like struggling.